Welcome back, everyone, to the Land of Sundered Crowns. So, having attacked the ruined keep, you have cleaned out, or at least rampaged through the ground floor, um, chased the goblin shaman Madagarath up to his eyrie here, surrounded and soundly circle beat him before attempting to take him prisoner. He then grasped his hands around his own throat and apparently utilized a shocking grasp to drain what little life he had left. And he has fallen dead at your feet. The smoke and the smell of burnt flesh rising from his wounds. So, you guys can take it away. What do you guys do in response to this?
Naira's... Sorry?
Oh, no, go ahead, boss.
Naira is obviously very curious about this thing, so she's going to investigate the body.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an investigation check, then.
While she's investigating the body, though, Lorian is just going to
say... actually, something that I meant to... I actually just checked my notes, and there was something that I wanted to address first. So I'm going to... I've just got to DM someone.
Oh, no.
Who's getting the secret message? Oh, God.
My money's on Wonder.
Who is the chosen?
My money was on you.
I don't have any money.
Whoever got that DM, just respond in the DM to let me know that you got it.
Or say out loud, maybe.
All right. I bet it was Uther.
I don't know what you're thinking.
She just said.
Oh, yeah, that was the thing, but...
But right, sorry, yes. So 922 and Lorian, you were saying.
Oh yeah, he was just gonna hop off of Sunshine and reach down and just say, "Excuse me," and attempt, because he's never tried this on an enemy before, to lay on hands for only 1 point, because that's all he deserves. And just see if there's a reaction, since Wonder wanted him alive.
There is no reaction. He essentially voluntarily failed his death saves. He was deliberately attempting to commit suicide, so.
Got it. He'll just look to Wander and just say, "Sorry about that." Kind of took it into his own hands.
They're harder to talk to when dead. Not impossible.
Well, this time I might be able to help you out. If we do. Oh no, that was it.
As you are rifling through the body, he's wearing very ragged but heavy and weirdly made robes. It doesn't feel like the kind of animal hide and furs that the other kind of goblinoids that you've encountered have been wearing. These are definitely robes that were woven on some kind of loom, or these were created by a civilized kind of settlement and production process. But they are filthy and ragged from long wear and a very evident lack of care, beyond simply, having been worn and used for a long time. They seem almost deliberately filthy in some ways. There are streaks of blood that have crusted in almost every fold. Just the smell of body and use coming from them as you pat through. But with a 22, despite the unpleasant nature of the task, you are able to find a number of things that are of interest. First of all, in his belt,
I
you
will-
find a.
Can
Oh,
I?
sorry.
I. When you described how filthy it was, Naira would have looked up to ask Uther to use prestidigitation, so it didn't smell as bad and also was clean. Where has he gone?
Well, oh, yes.
Uther would have everyone focused on the loots and spoils, made his way over with a stride and determination towards the hobgoblin. But as he'd kneeled down forward over it, his cloak and armor forward, blocking the sight range, he would reach into his hidden lodestone pouch, meaning magnet, and pull out his bag of coins as he would slide it open, looking down at the freshly minted one. He would just say outwards, I think I'm gonna need some help on this one, boss. You were right. I've never seen so many come this quickly. I'm preparing some things. I know we don't normally do it this way, but I'm gonna need help. I'm gonna need some blessings, just like we did. As he'd seal them back closed, he would then look down and try and himbo search the corpse.
Okay.
Ah,
The hobgoblin, and Nari, do you pause in your you have? Did you want to continue your search when you realized that Uther wasn't available, or would you have paused?
I would have paused.
Okay. You.
I mean, she's a curious person. She probably would have gone to look for him.
Okay. You can move yourself. You come around the corner to see Uther kind of turning the body over and rifling through it a little bit. Uther, you pretty much immediately find or are able to see in the base of the hobgoblin's neck one of the familiar black shards embedded in the skin at the base of his skull. Very easy for you to find, mostly because at this point it's something that you know to look for with these troops. Additionally, you do find at his belt, he does have a small pouch containing a few gold coins.
I'm looking for a hatchet. I know they steal things quite frequently. Something that on the wooden grip I might be able to attach to the end of the pistol grip I've been making.
Okay.
Just keeping my eye out.
Actually, you do find one on this one, in addition to the sword and shield. And as well, you notice that the sword that this one was carrying was also of civilized make. It's not one of the fairly kind of crude, brutal blades most of the Goblinoid forces have been carrying. This one looks similar in make to the weapons that you found before your arrival in Oldwell. But in addition to that, you do find on his belt a small hand axe that you believe you could quite easily kind of carve down and fashion into something suitable.
I would study it, and yeah, I think I can use that blade. And pocket it, as well as Uther would pick up the shield.
Okay.
And then glance down at the thing on the back of his neck. Put on my leather gloves and reach down and pull it free.
Okay. It takes a little bit of effort, and you do actually have to get one of your blades out to cut through, because it is actually grown into the flesh.
Yummy.
But so it's not the most pleasant of tasks, but you are able to free it.
Use my new axe and be like, wham!
Just bat it.
Pull it free and then keep walking back. With that, you know how every time you step up, you reach down and check your pockets for your cell phone and keys and all that. He just instinctively, reaching across, checks with his forearm, making sure that his bag of coins is still there as he makes his way. I got an axe. Just what I was looking for, actually.
Oh. Could you help me with this? Well, I think it's smelled for a while, but...
Alright, well, this is gonna do a decent job of covering it up, I think. And burnt coffee all over him as I then prestige him just to keep some of the smell away as the rolling brushes from the car wash make him clean.
So yeah, as the dirt and grime sort of flakes away and disintegrates into the air around you, the smell that replaces it is altogether more pleasant, and you resume your search. And now that you can sort of delve without fear, you find a number of items of interest on the body. First of all, as I mentioned, there is in the belt is tucked a relatively familiar looking dagger. It's not identical, but it is clearly of similar kind of make and aesthetic to the dagger that you took from the red-robed cultist that you met with the smugglers on one of your first encounters in this area.
Should I just call it an engraved dagger?
That'll work.
Okay.
Additionally, in the belt pouch at the opposite hip, you find, first thing, you find a number of spell components, what you recognize to be spell components, just in a big, vast array of pockets that line the inside of it. But you also do find, of particular interest, a kind of an aged but not rusted iron key. So it's something that's clearly very, very old. You can tell just by looking at it, but it also doesn't show a great deal. It doesn't look like it's just been kind of sitting out for a while. Mm-hmm. Additionally, in the pouch along with the key, you also find 25 gold pieces, which you actually immediately recognize as old imperial coinage of a kind that you have become very familiar with. And last but not least, you notice that the gloves on its hands, now that they are free of grime, are incredibly finely made. The leather is thin, very flexible, but also very tough, almost pristine, now that the grime has been cleaned off it. And additionally, you see on the palm of each a stylized arrowhead with the shaft of the arrow running down the inside of the wrist. And along it, there is metallic thread woven into the pattern.
I'm going to want to have a look at these a little bit closer. And she'll collect up all the stuff of value.
Okay.
I definitely also want to take a look at that big ogre. Well, the biggest ogre.
Yeah, I was actually about to ask you if you wouldn't mind doing that. You seem to have a lot of jewelry.
Yes, he did.
Sunshine and I can go down there and start piling up bodies.
All right. Should we go ahead and just make sure that we've cleared out the whole place first? We haven't checked around everywhere, and I'd hate to accidentally stumble into some danger when all by myself.
I mean, shit, if you like. I was saying I would go down with Sunshine and you guys could all stay here.
Just to save us any big hassle, do we hear like any, like mobs coming or anything like that? Any noises beyond like birds chirping?
Give me a perception check.
Do you want that
Okay,
from all
okay,
of us or
okay,
just
okay.
him?
He's the only one who said he was actively paying attention, but I will say you can roll with advantage because other people are around, and you're all sort of going to alert the others.
An 8 and a
17.
9.
No, you don't actually hear much of anything. You do hear the sound, like the sound of kind of movement and everything. There's like the crackle of a fire that you saw, a smelter that seemed to be active in the courtyard, and you can kind of hear the sound of that process through the windows. But from the forest and the lands beyond, no, you don't really hear anything out of the ordinary.
Cool.
So shall we
Sure.
head back downstairs?
Sure. If we find anything else, I'm kind of tapped for the day, but I could just swing my sword.
Don't
For my
worry,
own sake,
I'll protect you.
does Speak with Dead require the full corpse, or could I just take the head?
Um,
Because I think it says corpse, but it also says it
Let
only needs a
me-
working mouth.
yeah, let me look it up. Corpse must still have a mouth and can't be undead till it's dying.
Didn't we do it with just the head
Yeah,
last
no,
time?
you know what? Yeah, I would say that's absolutely fine. Yeah, and in fact, I think you're right. No, because you went
Well,
to
we
the
had
body
the full
pit.
body.
Yeah,
We had the full body of Athgarad.
but no, I would say that based on that, you could based on the way it's worded, yeah, you could simply take the head and be pretty good to go.
Cool. We're over here.
Yeah, over here.
I didn't even notice.
I don't have horse vision.
Yeah. In that case, I'm gonna try to take the head off with a mace, and then hopefully someone realizes that is that is really hard to do without crushing the head. Maybe someone stops him or says something.
Naira, give me a dexterity saving throw.
No.
So before you guys get downstairs, you guys are all still. Let's all head back on that. You guys have all kind of discussed this, leaving here to move down. None of you notice Wander kind of tilting up the chin, raising the mace up, and then bringing it down, slamming down on this somewhat turkey neck of the goblin. There is a thud, a pop, and a wet kind of hissing sound. And Naira, you have a nice little spray up one side of you as he lifts the mace to bring it back down.
Well, I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty funny.
I don't want to hear it.
Oh, hold on. I'll help you out there, Wander. It helps to do it with a sharp object, not a blunt one.
I don't have that.
It's all right. I got
Wonder,
As-
this is when you ask for help.
Sorry. I'll kind of hold it up.
Here,
Like
you
first
want one of
thing.
these? And he'll just hold out a spear to you.
Yes, a pointed weapon.
Yeah, it's better to stab multiple times and cut than fucking bludgeon to flatten.
Or maybe
Flatten and
someone
tear.
who has like a dagger.
Or a
Nope.
glaive.
Yeah,
No,
or
he's
a
going to-
glaive.
Oh no, he was just offering you a pointed weapon. He's going to cut it himself with the longsword.
Oh well, if you're gonna cut it, he just waves his hand no.
Alright.
I-
And then swing.
I'm gonna oh no.
Nope, too late, you're still standing there.
She turns on to be like, I'm gonna, and then just this.
Does not hit you. The secondary spray does not hit you.
Wando, however, is coated in blood.
Yeah, it goes the other way.
Yeah. There is no save. It's just disgusting.
Now, out of curiosity, why are we decapitating a corpse?
He just looks at you and says, "To talk to it."
Yeah, he mentioned it a moment ago.
Why did you need to decapitate it? Is that
He
part
kinda
of the
looks-
spell?
He kind of looks at the head, then back up at you, and he just says, "I only need this." He kind of holds it out to you. The eyes kind of rolling back in the head.
That's okay. You just hang on to that. Next time I think if you only need that, you can probably use the whole corpse, right?
The head's easier to carry.
Why do we need
Yes.
to carry it?
What if we have to leave?
At this
Okay.
point, Wonder just points towards Lorium.
No, Lorium's picking up on your reasoning.
Okay. I need to go
Yes.
and get cleaned up.
Lorium will just look at Wander and just say, "Am I right?"
Yes. As Wander's like taking parts of clothing off and like maybe shoes or whatever to kind of bind the head so that it doesn't just.
Yeah, as I said, it's
Boy,
wearing
giant.
somewhat. The body's wearing somewhat voluminous robe, so it's easy enough to kind of grab part of one of the garments and fashion into a crude sack.
Perfect. Head of magic goblin. Peak D&D.
Okay. Now that the Gallagher show is over.
Yeah, everybody knows to behead something, you just flatten the neck until it's terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it just tears like paper, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you will return down to the lower level. Again, it's quiet down here. You don't hear any any more noise than you did on the second floor. What are we doing?
Going downstairs.
Oh,
I already moved. Yeah, Lorium already moved out with the sunshine. He, honestly, unless anybody says anything, he would just be scooping up corpses and placing them on the saddle, like over top of it.
Okay. I'll just.
And then-
Just want to line them up in the courtyard.
Yeah, he would just line them all up in like the easiest space.
Could
How
you
do
Which-
we
re
get down?
drop
Honestly,
me Sky Daddy?
Yeah.
Oh,
Because
yeah,
I'm
sorry.
stuck in a wall, so if I try and
Ah.
move, it's like
There we go.
you're
Thank
trying
you.
to move through a wall.
Mhm.
You are in a wall. Take 1d10 force damage.
Go ahead and give me a strength check with advantage for either yourself or Sunshine. Lorium.
Sure. It's funny because we almost have the same check.
Okay. Takes you a little bit of effort, especially with the ogre. Having to that's quite a lot of meat to drag around there, but you are able to clear out all of the corpses that you guys created in this little area, and drag them all to the out into the courtyard one by one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start opening doors. doors, I suppose.
Okay. Well, so Nix, you'd gone into that room first. Were you doing anything in particular in there?
Are those just tables or are those actually like chests?
No, there are. Yeah. So in that room, as you enter into it, you do see, and we'll get to that door in just a sec, Naira. You do see a number of like what look to be just kind of crude bedrolls that are just sort of scattered around. But additionally, you do see two fairly crude but solidly made chests that are sitting amongst the rolls.
All right. I want to. I'll walk up to the furthest one, and I want to just. I don't know everything we've gone through in the last couple days. I'd like to check it for traps.
Okay, please do roll.
Yeah. That's investigation, right?
It is investigation, yes. Okay. No, you're fairly confident. As you kind of examine it very, very carefully, you're very confident that there's no trap or anything like that. In fact, you don't even really see a lock on this. It seems to be a fairly primitive receptacle, and you're very confident there's no like hidden mechanisms.
Then yeah, I want to look inside it.
Okay. Inside, you find actually much the same as what Naira found when she searched Matagaro's body. A lot of very badly used kind of personal items, essentially. But there are also, the normal kind of bric-a-brac that you'd expect to find for that anybody on campaign would use, mess kit, some small knives and the like. But of particular interest is in a pouch to one side, you find 18 18 of the golden imperial coins and a number of smaller mint denominations as well, all of which bear the very similar symbology.
I will leave that chest open and I'll move over to the next one and I'll kind of give it a look over. Does it look similar? Like no lock?
Yeah, it looks like exactly the same kind of thing.
Then I will open it as well.
Okay, yeah, nothing happens. You see inside the contents inside look much the same as the others. And I'm not going to make you roll another investigation check. We can keep that 22. You find another 17 gold pieces of imperial coin of various denominations in that. That's really the only items of interest, unless you're very interested in different species of mold.
No. I will grab the coin and I'll just do a quick check the bedrolls to make sure there's nothing in them and then be on my way.
Good amount of interesting species of vermin, but no, nothing of particular interest. Okay. Naira, you open this door and you see a lot of crates that look not precisely familiar to you in terms of you've seen these particular ones before, but familiar to you in terms of as you have traveled around on ships and wagons in your time on the Harashan coast, you're very used to seeing these kinds of things. These are almost universally seem to be human-made storage containers. A large number of crates, a few barrels, all just stacked up somewhat haphazardly in this room.
Do they look old?
No, actually. A lot of them, they're not all the same age. Some of them look as though they may have been here for a little while, but none of them look rotted or anything like that. They're all fairly fresh.
This one looks open. Is it empty?
Moving over to examine it, you see that inside it's actually got bolts of cloth that are stacked up inside it. It's only about a quarter of the way full, but yeah.
Can I push the lid off this one?
Yeah. That one actually looks to be full of various types of pottery. It looks like it was intended as basically for use in mess kits. There's like empty leather wineskins, several pottery dishes and the like. A lot of it is smashed, unfortunately. It doesn't look like they've taken particular care of it, but it's fairly mundane trade items intended for use in the production of mess kits.
Yeah, I think this is where, or they were trading with bandits. I think this is probably some of their loot from that. We'll have a closer look at it later. I'd just like to clear the area first. Are there any other doors around here?
Uther, you step around the corner there. Oh, whoops, hang on. Dang it, the frickin' foundry.
Oh.
Yes, there was another door there. In fact, an empty doorway. And as the two of you step around it, you both have a moment of as you come face to face with the enormous form of an ogre. But as after that initial moment of shock, you realize it's actually not moving and is simply staring vacantly at the wall next to the door.
Oh.
The whole room, as you have a moment to take it in, has an even more unpleasant smell than the rest of this place generally does. The old blood and decay. You see on the two tables next to it a selection of knives that, like much of the rest of the room, are dark with use. And you see as well rivulets running down, dried, on either side of the ogre as it stared.
You guys? She will say down the hall to everybody else.
I think it's been mind controlled. Probably to do nothing. Well, it gets experimented on. You
Cool,
would
maybe it's
say
paralyzed.
loudly.
Naira's, gonna step up slowly.
As the two of you, sorry, go on.
Specifically trying to stay on defensive, basically go into a dodge phase.
Got it. But as you approach and move around behind it, you see this as well, Nix. You see a larger than normal shard of the black metal embedded into a fresh wound, larger than others that you've seen. And as you look more closely, you realize that there's actually 3 shards set next to each other in a almost chevron-like pattern at the base of its skull. Fresh blood oozing down around the insertions.
This is just cruel. What do you think, you guys?
Uther would draw his stick pistol and walk and point it towards his right eye socket and just go, I think we should just send him off. If we free him, he's just going to go perhaps mad or at least not be pleased with us. I mean, if you want to let him loose and give him a fair chance at killing one of us, I mean, look around at all of us.
You could just take away his weapons in the room before doing that, if you're trying to talk with him. But, hey, Wander, what do you think we should do with the mind-controlled ogre?
He kind of, I don't know, the eyes blink, if you will. What?
Yeah, this guy right here. Points over his shoulder.
You have killed the others, right?
Yep.
He just nods.
What you think, boss?
And she turns to look at Nyx.
Nyx is focused completely on that little cluster, and he is uh his face looks like he's like, you know, when someone's thinking but you can tell that they're just worrying.
Mm-hmm.
That's where he is. He's not at the moment aware of anything else.
Well, then let's put him out of his misery, and we can take a look at those shards.
I'm just
Actually-
curious if this was a special one or if he was just trying to up the dose over time.
My mind, this. Damn, I know this is going to sound cruel, but we were hoping never to have to run into these things, and I just get the feeling we might see more of them in the future. It might be worth knowing that if we can just pull the damn thing out and they're themselves a rather pissed off ogre and such. But I've got some spells. We'd be able to handle him. I just think it might be worth knowing if it, if we pull it free, he just drops dead, or...
Well, you think it'll be different than when Nyx did it?
That was around his, that was a little bit different.
Oh, it was.
If I'm remembering correctly,
Yeah.
he was wearing it. It
It was,
wasn't like...
yes.
All right, and Naira, without hesitation, will climb up onto the ogre.
Does it have a weapon of any kind next to it?
No. There are a selection of the knives on the tables, but they're all fairly small for a creature of this size. It would probably just do more damage smacking you with its fist.
Yeah, and those are dex based. He wouldn't have a modifier for that. We're good. No. I'm kidding.
It's a punch plus a d4.
All right, let's see how it goes.
In that case, Larm's just gonna walk in front of him.
You want to
Okay.
get in on this, Wander?
It's experimentation.
Just
move
want to
to the
know
right.
if it'll, if something like this happens to a friend or something.
Okay.
Naira's going to make sure she's wearing her gloves first. And then she will see about yanking out the shards one at a time, see if there's any change in his stupor.
Okay. You pull out the first one. There's a gout of dark blood follows it. The trickle down its back renewing, and you do feel a kind of shudder run through it, and kind of. But no other reaction.
Okay. Seems like the more of these I take out, the more likely it is he's going to get a little bit restless, but I can try another one if you guys want me to. Okay.
Sure,
And
it's
she
fine.
just she takes out the second one.
And again, there's a kind of shudder runs through the body. The head kind of goes. The face and body are kind of twitching in place, but there's no sort of cognizant response.
I'm just gonna try and use the most, if you were talking to a gorilla tone you could. Be like, hey, calm down, buddy. We're trying to help. Just see if he can maybe have enough smartness to be like, yeah, this is whatever's
Give me an insight
happening.
What?
An insight check.
Oh.
There is, as far as you can see on the face, I mean, you're not even sure it's hearing you.
All right, can you all get ready? Just in case it starts to show any kind of aggressive action at all to wallop it. I don't think I can be up here and
I mean, hold on one sec. Did you see any sort of like control device or some shit on the magic boy?
nope.
Hmm.
I mean, unless I doubt these gloves, but maybe.
Look like they're lined with the same sort of metal or anything?
They have
Or stone?
no, they have metal or they have metallic thread and stuff like that. She gets the feeling that they're special, but she legitimately doesn't think it's them.
Hmm.
But she can't help, like, technically it's a possibility, so she's gonna say it.
Now, give me an Arcana check. Or actually, anybody who's proficient with Arcana can give me a check.
No, I don't think I will.
Yo, monkey.
Bloody hell. Naira, yes. So, given how you've seen these items or this substance being used before, it functions almost like a component in a spell. So, in all likelihood, the control mechanism for the shards is the ritual that was performed as they were attached to the creature.
Oh yes, I do remember that. Okay, I will explain that and just say no. I think it was a magic ritual that controls these things, not an artifact.
Oh, that's much more direct. That works.
So everybody poised and ready to attack, so just in case it tries to grab me.
Yeah, Lauren will just reach out his hands and hold each of the ogre's hands in his.
Aww.
Nyx has pulled out his short sword and a dagger.
Ready action, giving him the double barrel.
Pow pow. Okay.
All right.
If he's aggressive, of course.
Naira will take out the third one. I have no idea what's going on. Sounds dramatic.
He is fainting.
Oh,
I'm watching the
Creature.
camera.
Yeah.
I can't.
The creature convulses. Oh, sorry. Well, that was much less dramatic for you then. The creature kind of convulses as the shard comes loose. This violent tremor shaking its entire body. But then, rather than sort of blinking and any kind of clarity coming back onto the face, like happened when you removed the collar, instead, the whole face and body goes slack and just slowly, without any apparent effort to stop it, but with eyes wide and awake, the whole body just kind of slumps forward, thuds onto the ground.
Nyx immediately runs and I don't know, ogre anatomy, and I just want to check, like, is it breathing? Does it have a pulse? Is it alive?
It seems to be alive, but there is just no kind of activity in its eye. Like, as you sort of look at its face, and you can see that the eyes are open, but they don't flick toward you, they don't react at all, and there's no kind of response as you sort of like check its pulse and the like.
Oh,
It does appear to be alive, but just completely vacant.
Oh, so he's basically been lobotomized? I'm so grossed out right now.
Nyx will look up to Lorium and, like, shake his head And can you put it out of its misery?
Oh, or you think it's a veggie?
Unless you want to try to pump some healing into it.
I already tried that with one enemy of the day. Yeah, he's feeling super generous. Sure. This is stupid. Sure. Reach the back of the neck and just do 4 points of lay on hands, so that I can get ready to stab it in the back of the neck at the same time.
Give me a medicine or religion check. Just to see how well you're able to kind of direct your power. Okay.
Baseline.
You feel the power kind of move in, like embed itself into the flesh, and you see the wounds knit over slightly. And there is like a shudder and response from the body, but no, you get the impression that like this, it would potentially be possible, but it would, because there was a fairly complex ritual involved in getting here, you need a fairly complex process to undo it.
Ah. This would be a bit more of a scenario, an ordeal to deal with. Yeah, I think it's better just put big boy to sleep. So, shit. This is kind of more of a mercy killing than a defense killing, so whoever wants to, you can just leave. Nah, boss. If you don't want to get sprayed, I suggest you get the fuck out.
Nyx gets a very, like, lost in thought, like, dark look, and he just walks out of the room.
Alright. And he will, yeah. Just...
As
Yeah?
you raise your weapon, Uther would just say something in Sylvan you're not aware of. A few sentences, and then just fold his arms and nod, and just say, felt like he deserved something. Go for it.
Yeah, he'll just put a boot down and like move his head so that it's facing the floor because he's already slumped over. But basically tucking in his head a bit so he has a nice good angle, and he'll place the longsword on the nape of the back of the neck and angle it upwards so that it goes right in through the skull.
Yeah, their body gives a final shudder as your blade kind of... And then life retreats.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I was tempted to just hack the fucking head off and have it spray boss, but she's been through enough, so that's alright. Well, show's over.
Nix, can I get your help with this? I'd like to have a closer look at what this guy has on him.
Yeah, I'll help you with that. Will you give me one of those shards?
Naira will tilt her head at you. Why?
I'd like to see if I toss it into this smelter if it'll melt away.
Oh, well, do you know what happens when you destroy magic items?
No, Nara, I didn't go to school, so just tell me.
Oh. Okay. I don't know what will happen, but sometimes it can result in a pretty large explosion. So I would be careful throwing it into a smelter.
Toss that shit in.
Okay, then I won't do it.
You've already exploded once. What's a second time?
And then Nyx will start investigating or helping her.
Okay. By the way, as you look at the smelter setup that they have here, basically underneath this ogre and scattered around it, you see a number of obviously somewhat oversized smithing tools, clearly intended for use with hands bigger than yours. But you also see, in addition to a couple of what look to be just ingots of raw metal, a lot of weaponry that's been gathered together from all kind of different disparate types. What's your passive perception?
I think it's 16.
So
Yep.
you notice with your passive, just like by kind of casting your eye over them as you're searching the area and looking through the bodies, some of the weaponry is quite old. And Nairi, you notice the same thing. However, as you kind of look over this area and search in particular the ogre chieftain, you find, as I said, he is wearing these thick, somewhat crudely smelted plates of metal that have been kind of banded, tied with leather into something resembling a coat of plates. Very crude and very heavy, but fairly effective nonetheless. However, over the top of it, he is wearing, as I mentioned, a lot of what looks to be kind of woven leather jewelry. So these are thick kind of leather thongs that have been woven together and had gems pressed into them. Around his neck, there are 5 set into the this kind of thick braid that he wears around his neck. And then he also has 2 on each hand. Again, of these fairly large sized gems that he's evidently gathered from various locations. Some of them look like they may have been taken from other rings. They're not of a uniform size or anything like that, but still definitely valuable.
Braided rings or braided like bracelets?
Rings. So, I mean, you guys could probably wear them as bracelets, honestly, given the size of this creature. But yeah, he's wearing them around his fingers.
And does a 30 get me anything else? Didn't you say?
Oh, actually, yeah. So, yes. So with a 30, what's the appraised skill in 5th edition? Is that also just investigation? I suppose it would be. So yeah. So with a 30, I'll say actually you can know as you gather up these gems together, there's probably about 250 gold pieces worth in total. And yes, he is also wearing down over one shoulder, and down his back slightly, a very nice cloak. It's made of some kind of dark some kind of a dark, almost velveteen material that absorbs light quite well. But as you kind of handle it, the fabric seems unnaturally tough, as though it would be like very resistant. And it is also, there is a sigil on it as well. A sigil that you immediately recognize. It is the outline of a shield with an axe on the front, in front of a burning beacon, which is the sigil of House Thoralion.
Oh my goodness! And is that on the cloak itself?
That is, yeah, it's woven in golden thread into the black fabric of the cloak itself.
She will take the cloak off the body and examine it more closely. Very excited. And then she will hold it up and show to people, and she goes, "Okay, um, if you find anything here in particular with this sigil on it or anything with this marking on it, please let me know. It is absolutely vital."
And that's an axe with a shield.
Yes, and well, a sheet. It's basically like a house sign, like heraldry, which is typically presented on a shield. But the sigil itself is an axe in front of a burning beacon on a black field.
Okay.
And she will again take all those things that appeared valuable, and she will just come over here and lay them out in front of her. And she will basically say, if you guys want to well, we have a couple of options. We can make sure that we clear all the rooms first, or I can get to work on determining if any of these things are magical, and if they are, what I can learn about them. What do you guys think?
The nature of what was going on here, I say you check for magic shit, and then do it as you go. Might pick up on some interesting things or more of that stone. Didn't he have a great axe?
Yes, there is. I mean, it's laying on the floor next to him, and yeah, there is just a large sized. So I mean, it's probably about 8 foot long. Great axe, laying on the cobbles beside him.
Well, one thing, just sort of above the table, like Naira's response to that would be, well, I don't want to miss out on discovering anything. So if we plan to explore more, she would rather go with you guys and be there to discover it for the first time. My question above the table is, is there still stuff to find, or can we fast forward through, like?
No, there is a whole area you guys haven't explored yet.
Okay. Then, yeah, she won't actually be putting stuff out in front of her yet. She will be packing it up and saying, so shall we continue to look around and see if there's anything else to find?
Yeah, I think there's a. It looked like there was another staircase going down, so there's another level.
Oh. Yeah, let's go. Should we go?
If you guys are up for it, I was honestly gonna rest down here while you looked at shit below. All right.
Oh well, I mean, if you guys want to take a short rest, I can start on doing stuff here, and then we can take about an hour for me to learn stuff about this stuff, and then we can keep going if that would be your preference.
He'll just shrug and say, up to y'all. Either way, I'm just swinging a sword arm for the rest of the day.
Yeah, let's. I think Nyx will look over everybody else and realize everybody has some damage, and just say, yeah, let's just take a short breather.
Yeah, honestly, Lauren was just gonna chill while you guys went exploring. Unless you explicitly wanted him to come with you. At least for the hour, unless we're all taking a rest.
I think it's worth it.
Okay. So, where are you guys going to take this rest? Just kind of out here in the courtyard?
Nyx will describe that room that had all the bedding and stuff that had the one entrance. If we want to go there, or we could just stay right here. We'd probably see anybody rolling up.
I don't know, Gobos might have some sort of disease. I'll just stick to my linen. As he just sits atop it.
So I guess we're short resting here.
Okay.
Well, plus we can see anything that walks up. Yes, Tyler, I am.
I'm sorry.
It's more worried about other people, not
If
me.
you're taking a short rest,
Sounds like
you
little
heal
bitch talk.
for an additional 3.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so you guys are able to kind of congregate and gather, spend some time sort of relaxing and gathering yourselves. Naira, after a few minutes, your ritual cast of Detect Magic is completed. And yes, several magical fields begin to glow from the gear that you accumulated. First of all, the cloak with the sigil of House Thorlane glows with abjuration magic, as do the gloves that you took from the from Madagata.
So just those 2 things?
Just those 2 things so far. However, actually, give me an Arcana roll as you focus on your detect magic.
Ooh.
Okay, that's what you pick up.
Okay. So then after that, I will, on the 2 that I detected magic before, I will ritually cast Identify.
Okay. The gloves are gloves of missile snaring,
Ooh!
which I just posted a link to in the general chat. The cloak is a cloak of protection. +1. Give me a history check as well, actually, as you're looking at this.
Wait, is it a cloak of protection, which everything is +1, or is it baseline
No.
cloak of protection ++1? Okay.
No, yeah, it's a +1 cloak of protection.
Okay, I was like, damn, you're giving us +2 AC? That's cool of you.
18, okay. The presentation of this sigil and the way it's shown, the black material, the gold thread, is definitely non-standard. From your research on House Thorlane and particularly the Imperial era, they were fairly extravagant, and most heraldry was and still is, especially if in your experience in Perona and the bardic circles, heraldry there is deliberately garish and colorful. It is intended to stand out, and it's intended also to use and advertise the use of expensive pigments and the like. So to see it presented in this very kind of formal, almost black and gold is quite unusual.
And you're talking about the Cloak of Protection?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, and yeah, if you're casting it there, you do also see a faint magical aura from the smelter here. Nothing active, but a lingering magic, as though magic has passed through it in the not too distant past.
Do I know what kind of magic?
With your not with that Arcana roll, no, unfortunately. It's very very faint. It's hard to kind of. It's almost just like kind of a lingering smell, almost.
Okay, then when I have identified those two things, I will bring them over to the group, and I will say, I found a couple of magic items. This cloak is, I think it bears the sigil of the former owners of the fief that I'm looking for. It's almost a guarantee that I'm in the right place. That's why if we find any more of these markings, that it'll be important. I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep this or if I'm going to have to turn it in with the rest of my thesis when I turn this into Sorveni. But I figured we might as well use it in the meantime. It can offer protection to whoever wears it, make you a little bit sturdier, a little harder to hit. And then I found these gloves. They're very exciting. They make it easier to catch sort of projectiles that are coming at you, like bow and arrow or crossbow bolts or anything like that. I feel like I'm the only one talking.
'Cause you are.
Yeah.
You're explaining everything, that makes sense. So the cloak's actually useful, then fuck turning that in, you should just keep it.
I don't know that I get the choice.
For the gloves, who usually gets shot at besides me, but I got a shield.
Well, the important thing about these gloves is you need to have, you obviously need to have a free hand available to snatch that arrow out of the sky, and I don't know how many of us really do that. Like, my hands are always full.
Shame.
Uther would probably be the best bet then, right?
Certainly, at least for now. My hands might be a little bit more full in the future, but...
Oh?
Head tilt. Well then, for now, why don't you go ahead and hang on to these?
Wheat. As he would nod, taking him, inspecting him, and then sliding him on.
Hey, yeah. As you pull them on, you feel that kind of familiar tingle of magic as they kind of resize slightly as you tug them in to fit snugly and comfortably over your fingers. And yeah, they you can feel kind of that the magic is there, but not quite available to you yet. It's going to take you a little while to learn to use them and get comfortable allowing them to react for you. In other words, they require a tune.
Yes.
But yeah, okay, you have those.
And for the cloak, you said it provides protection.
Yes.
As you'll see him think for a moment. Probably best to have you or Scout hang on to that. I think you two have been the ones who have gone down the most.
Well, I've only just the ones.
Well, regardless of who went down when, I think Naira should keep it. her skill set is a little more frontline, and lately I've been hanging back with my bow, so she's gonna have more things coming at her.
Okay, if you're sure, I will go ahead and put this on.
Okay. As you put the cloak on, you feel it again settle on you fairly, quite nicely and comfortably. The material shimmering slightly as it kind of resizes and refolds itself around your form. And yeah, once you attune to it, you will be getting +1 to saves and AC.
Plus, it's kind of fitting to have the historian nerd having the historical emblem on their backs.
Right? While everyone was resting and the identifying was going on, Nyx was just keeping an eye out and just making sure, I don't know, there weren't any gobos returning home from going out to the store.
Come back with milk.
Yeah, Gabo
Yeah,
Dad.
perception check.
He finally came home with those cigarettes.
About damn time, old man. Lori, I'm just sitting on.
Wasn't me.
No, you don't actually see any activity out in the forest.
It's actually what Sunshine is doing too. She's just chilling outside and keeping a watch.
Chewing down some of the grass.
I didn't even see her.
She'll ping me if something goes on.
Okay.
What are Gobbo's gonna do? It's just a horse.
And yeah, I mean, for you guys can just, if you like, you guys, it took about half an hour for all of the ritual castings to be completed. So if you guys like, you can just extend your short rest by an additional half an hour. And we can say that you guys are attuned to your items. Or is that something you guys want to do, or do you want to keep moving quickly?
Perfect.
No,
I mean,
that's
sure,
fine.
it's early day.
Yeah,
cool.
It's early morning.
Yeah, it is still very early. It's not. It's like maybe 10 o'clock when you finish your short rest.
Naira's like, yes, please give me AC. Thank you.
I would just magic gloves. They fit so strange. They're always tight, but you forget they're there after a while. Who's ready to go check the basement with me?
Naira does have a question for Nyx that she would have asked while we were resting.
Mhm.
If there was ever a moment where he was by himself.
Yeah,
yeah, he was definitely out on his own, looking around. So,
have I done something to upset you?
no, it's just this place. I think it's all this stuff with the stones. It's just putting me ill at ease. Make an insight check. You get the sense that you have upset him.
Okay, well that's understandable. We're going into the basement, so if you'd prefer to stay up here and not worry about it, that's fine by me. And she steps away.
Well, you're in charge.
I wasn't given an order, Nyx. I was saying you could if you wanted to. Wouldn't want you to be any more ill at ease.
Sure thing, Naira.
And she sort of looks you up and down and continues to walk away.
Okay, so who's heading down to the basement?
I will.
Yeah, sure, I'll go with him.
I mean, I was planning on going anyway.
Okay. So yeah, you guys make your way through to the room at the back left. As you descend, the undercroft of this place seems to be in relatively good condition. The stonework is mostly dry to the touch as you descend, but is obviously still worn down by time. There are sections where like little straggly roots poke through, and there's little folds of earth that have come in through the stones. And very importantly for Wander, it is pitch black as you
Nice.
descend.
Got him.
I'll cast light on my shield.
Okay.
I can see.
You can fight. The best thing so far is that Naira didn't deny that she was in the lead. Ha ha ha. Progress being made.
Light, that's 15 foot bright, 15 foot, and 30 foot dim, correct?
Let me
Was it-
look. I believe it's less. It's 20 foot bright, 20 foot dim.
Ah, okay.
So a little more bright, a little less
There we
dim.
go. Oh, yeah, I
Okay.
meant in total. So it goes out
Oh,
40
yeah, yeah.
feet of dim. But yeah. So yeah, you descend down. This first area looks a little bit like a workstation. You actually see what now is a almost familiar sight of leather that's been kind of sliced into strips and thongs and has been woven together. You recognize on one of the tables what looks to be the in progress remnants of one of the collars that you saw around some of the ogres earlier during the invasion. But there's like various tools and raw materials scattered across the work surfaces here.
Tools. All right, Uther, you're the lead now.
All right. I've got this. Do I see any traps? With the 14.
Investigation check.
Investigation?
Or perception, I suppose.
Okay. I'll take a 14. I rolled it.
No, you see no traps ahead of you.
Glorious. There's no trap, guys. As you would confidently stride down the hallway. See, I didn't see any. Ah!
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So you step around the corner and immediately see a brightly illuminated chamber ahead of you. And in the light of that chamber, there are 4 figures, 2 goblins and 2 hobgoblins.
Cast chain lightning.
All of them with their backs to you, all staring down this passage, which you also see is illuminated. But whilst the light in the chamber directly ahead is very obviously cast by a rich hot flame, the light in the corridor beyond it is almost sterile. This kind of bright, eerie white glow that illuminates a hall, which, as you look down it, you can actually very clearly see bodies scattered along the flagstones, and the area around each of them barred with almost charred soot-like markings. The 4 goblinoids with their backs to you are speaking in low voices in goblinoid, which you don't understand. None of them apparently aware of your entrance.
As I would pause there, seeing all of them, I would freeze and just through gritted teeth go, there's a bunch of goblins. Let's see if they enjoy some Uther Ross. And I would go ahead and drop that down up in there.
Okay. That's a wisdom saving throw. That's both of
Yes.
the goblins definitely fail. Oh,
Goblin makes it.
Oh,
two
two
hobgoblins
goblins.
make it.
That's how it
and
feels.
with that, as you immediately begin that cast, this burst of illusory energy takes form amongst them, and I will need everybody, please, to roll for initiative as that kicks off.
And I think there was an ogre that needed to make the save.
No.
This big. Oh, I see a
There's-
huge one in the
Said, nope,
hallway
that's a
right
giant
here.
goblin.
Oh,
Yeah,
there's.
it's strange.
Can
yeah.
you try refreshing? Because there was one, but then you guys lured him up during the because of the way you handled the encounter upstairs. So if you try refreshing your screen, he should disappear.
Okay, hit reload. We'll see.
Wait, hold on. I'll see too. Hold on. Let me just step over here. Ah, I need to make a wisdom save.
It's
I don't
just
see
so
anything in there. I just see the
enchanting and
hobgoblin.
wholesome.
Okay, good. But yeah, okay, so Naira, you see Uther cast this spell down the corridor. You hear the familiar shattering burst of arcane energy reverberating down the tunnel and are able to act next.
She will. Do I notice this goblin that I can see have a reaction at all? What does he look like?
Yes, you would be able to tell that both of the goblinoids, or both of the goblins, have kind of gone sort of slack in their bodies and are staring up vacantly at the image that is dancing in the air amongst them. Both of the hobgoblins, however, have whirled around and are reaching for their weapon.
Okay, she is going to draw her rapier, which is humming as she does. And cast Shatter.
Okay. DC 14 Constitution. Okay.
Oh.
Hobgoblin on the right fails.
Really?
Hobgoblin on the left makes it.
Really shit damage anyway.
That's not shit.
Fail. And fail.
Less than half.
It's right below average. That's all.
As someone who's existed right below average my entire life, it's a good place to be.
Oh no.
Okay. So you step out and, flick this spell from the end of your rapier. The reverberation. Oh, whoops. He's not quite dead.
Oh.
The reverberation traveling down the length of the tunnel and bursting there. And as you do so, you see this tremendous cloud of dust getting kicked up from some kind of workstation or pile of something that was in the region there. And as soon as this black dust fills the air, a moment later there is as a gout of fire from one of the unknown sources of illumination on the left comes bursting out, and they're both going to need to make dexterity saving throws.
Woot! Result, man.
They both fail and take 9 points of fire damage as this roiling burst of flame fills the chamber for a moment.
Was that like a trap set off? I'm sorry.
By the way, did the one who succeed take half damage?
Yes.
Okay.
You'll have to investigate the route to find out exactly what happened. And that's Naira's turn. Goblin 1 is dead. Hobgoblin, with a now familiar total lack of fear on its face, the Hobgoblin snarls, drawing its weapon, ignoring its wounds, and charging forward toward you. Oops, that is cool there. Yeah, it's able to reach. And it's going to swing at you with its... As it does so, it pulls back the sword, and as it closes, just as it's closing the distance, it lunges forward hard with the sword.
Oh, brutal charge.
17 to hit.
18. Thanks.
So yeah, your new cloak doing its work. And he is unable to connect.
I
He's
can't.
like, damn it, I should have waited.
Is there a specific way to attune it, by the way? Because it should be 18, but I'm not seeing it right now.
In your inventory, if you click on it, the edit, you should have an attunement. It also has a circle next to it, to the left of the weight, and you can click on that, I believe. But yeah, you can edit it from the details to go ahead and attune to it.
Here we go. Attuned.
What just happened?
That's still not. I just assumed a thing in your inventory, but it's still not in your armor class.
Well, I will just remember I'm 18 for now, and we'll figure it out.
Yeah. Again, it could just be an issue with the update.
You can also
okay.
manually update it, but yeah.
Nyx, you're up.
Okie dokie. Hearing all the kerfuffle, Nyx is going to move 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And then I'm going to attack the hobgoblin on the right with...
So, this one? Or the north or south? Oh, can you see one down there? Okay, so that one...
Oh!
Yeah. I don't know what's going on, but there's something definitely very screwed up.
I feel like maybe I'm lagging because I had to reload a second ago to get everybody in the initiative order. So where are they? Just tell. There's one by Naira.
Yeah. There's one directly in front of Naira that just tried to stab her, and then there's this one back here, which it hasn't moved yet.
I'll attack the one that has not moved yet.
Okay, roll your attack. Yeah, that hits. Okay. Still up, but definitely on death's door.
And then I will use my bonus action to dash back around the corner.
Okie doke. Lorium, you're up.
Sweet. Yeah, he's just gonna be like, excuse me, pardon me. 10, 15. Oh, look, there's more. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And he'll take out his glaive. And... Yeah. Attack? Wait, would this be advantage, or...?
No, you need to move one more over. Actually, no. That would count as flanking. You're good.
Bing. Haha.
15 actually misses. He is apparently somewhat intimidated by you and has kept his shield in your direction.
As I scoot past him. There you go.
And yeah, your second attack though definitely is able to find its way past it.
For 7 damage. It's on a nat 1.
And he had 3 points left.
Yeah! That was
You just-
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And he'll just move one more step closer. That's it. Oh, I see the things now. That's fun.
Uther, you're up. Yeah.
That's cool.
Uther's gonna take his steps. Come on. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, because why not? And I only see one of them. Okay. So I'm going to give him the old double barrel. And
Okay.
attacku. Attacku?
Miss.
Attacku.
Hit.
For 7.
Wow. Yeah. First shots, blast his shield out the way. Second, bam, straight through the primitive chainmail that they're wearing, and butting it back against the wall behind it. It slumps down.
I
once
would just
more dead.
stepping through and back towards, I'd go, long hallway right. They seem to be scared of whatever's south. And end my turn.
Okay, and well, with that, we are actually going to drop out of initiative.
Quick.
You guys have slain the small party that was down here on some mysterious errand.
A little appetizer battle.
As you step into this room, the impression of a workshop that you had from that first chamber is redoubled by the fact that these 2 burning sources of light on the left are actually filling the room with an intense, fierce heat. Nix, you realize that the smokestack that you saw from a distance was most likely from these underground furnaces. And looking around the room, you can see in one corner a large pile of coal that is evidently being used to keep them burning over time. Whilst around here on this small table and scattered on the floor around the bodies of the goblinoids are more fragments of the ore that you saw at the mine, and most importantly, on the table itself, 4 small shards of black metal.
Where is that?
On this table here. And probably another 3 or 4 pounds of the ore.
Out loud, Nix will just say, I think those things are what was causing that smokestack I saw.
That would make sense. I heard that shit blast. Did it fuck him up?
Now that you're kind of in here and looking around, you imagine that the shatter that was cast essentially caused a blowback from this smelter here and kicked up a lot of coal dust from the pile as the concussion rocked the room. And then that combined with the blowback is what formed that fireball in the aftermath of her shatter.
That's fucking cool. Good use of ambient items in the map. That's fucking nice.
Thank you.
Nice.
Nix, you step around this corner here and you look in. You see 2, I'm not going to say nice beds because they are fairly primitively made, but compared to the just bare bedrolls that were essentially just piles of like ragged hides and fur that you saw above, these look like 2 fairly comfortable relatively well-maintained beds. There is a table and a stool in the room with them, and on the table are strewn what look to be just various kind of personal items and bric-a-brac.
Naira will pick up those shards, by the way.
Okay.
Is there anything that looks like documents or writing?
Not immediately obvious. Like, you obviously haven't rifled through the bedding or anything like that, but no, nothing that immediately stands out.
Okay. Nyx will just head back to the group and wait for what we're doing next.
You do see further down this corridor, there are 2 more doors.
Mm-hmm. Seeing Uther head towards them, he will follow.
Now we're splitting the party. I'm going this way.
Oh boy. Really making the cleric's job
Lorian,
easy.
give me a dexterity saving throw.
God damn it.
Yes!
I was literally about to be like, wait!
Yes!
Oh my god!
Did it. Yes!
You step through the threshold of this corridor.
Saw a
And-
skeleton. I'm like, this is a good idea.
As you do so, the source of the light at the far end of the corridor, which is slightly high up and embedded somewhat into the stonework of the wall, suddenly flares even brighter, and a beam of this searing energy shoots out toward you.
Wait, boss, back up! As he races his shield.
You take 14 points of fire damage
Hey!
as it smashes into you.
7.
While that's happened, Nyx will just look at Uther and want to help me check this door for traps?
You're gonna check it? I was just gonna. That's a better idea. Go. Yeah. Let's see if there's any traps.
Would you like me to have a look?
None, right? I didn't think there was any. I just kind of glanced at it though.
God, I hope
we'll
you
get
guys
to your thing in a
explode and
minute.
Wander just. I was just saying, I hope both of them explode at the same time, Uther and Lorium, and Wander just stands there like, oh, good God. Just sees it happen on both ends.
Lauren
Mary, you were saying.
will very carefully look at his feet and see what activate that or trip that shit.
Naira is offering to see if she can, if it's been,
Both of you, please, give me perception checks.
He's kind of afraid to raise his feet.
do you want me to roll it with advantage?
Yeah, actually, Naira can roll with advantage since you're both looking around.
Sure.
Oh no!
Yeah!
What did
No,
I roll?
This is our true enemy, our hubris.
In that case, he's just going to... What do you say to him?
Well, first of all, even with a 6, as you now kind of look around a little, you do see that above the mantle of the corridor that goes off to the south from this main room is another sigil of House Thorley, the shield with the axe and the burning beacon. But beyond that, you don't see anything else. The flagstones are smooth. There's no obvious signs of any mechanisms or anything like that. The walls as well seem perfectly smooth.
Of course it's well made. Obviously it's well made. I can't tell where the pressure plate begins. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's fine. In that case, he'll just haphazardly step off out of where he was.
I
And-
have an idea though.
Step out of your way.
They,
Yeah.
It does seem to be on the floor. I could probably shimmy along the walls.
You know what? That's kind of unsettling, but that's smart.
Oh. My dogs are having a little freak now. So that's
Because I was telling.
that's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to sort of scale the wall and
Okay. Yeah, though the walls are fairly smooth, they are of jointed worked stone, so you are able to kind of clamber up to the side and climb your way along without any difficulty. The glow from the light source at the far end doesn't flare at all as you approach, and you make your way down. As you get to the end, you see a motto carved under what you now see to be a symbol that you immediately recognize. This is the Eye of Father Judge, which is basically a symbol of the 5 pillars that is associated with imperial authority and judgment. And beneath it in High Imperial, which is kind of like a mix of Old Common and Draconic, which you read quite well. It says, "The light shall not harm those who work to preserve it."
Fucking harm me.
Were you trying to preserve it?
Right? I was like, maybe you should examine some things about yourself.
Uther, Nyx, you do not find anything unusual about the door. It does not appear to be locked or trapped.
Nyx will give like one of those, "Oh, after you."
Certainly. Opens the door.
Within, you see again a relatively comfortable-looking bed piled high with furs and hides. To the right, as you step in, there's a pile of kind of a mixture of clothing and pieces of armor, and even a couple of weapons you see all kind of just haphazardly thrown into this pile. Whilst on the table over here, there look to be a few kind of personal items, a couple of goblets and a pitcher standing idle.
Anything look valuable as I glance over it?
Give me a perception check.
Big armor pieces?
Nah, I mean, there could be something potentially buried in the pile of clothes and kind of items over on the right, but nothing that immediately catches your attention.
Check that last room, Nyx. I'm just gonna see if there's anything silver or gold in this pile of clothes I found.
Actually, before I head over, while Uther is searching, Nyx is just gonna hang in the doorway for a second and say, Uthi, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, certainly.
The other night, did you and Naira get into an argument?
We did. Different perspectives on something. Maybe you could help clarify something for me. So, I don't think you're a squire. I think you're something special, but you just don't. I've seen the type, and you're not one of them. In fact, I think it might be a waste of your time and abilities.
Wow. I bet you say that to all the girls.
Only the pretty ones.
Well, you're not wrong. I'm definitely not a squire. But I think God damn it, Tyler. I'm sorry. But I think believing that I'm a squire helps Naira keep her world in place. And honestly, I'd rather keep her away from that part of things if I can.
Shakes his head. No, Nix. I think you should be honest. There's no protecting people. You let them choose. And you can't protect them forever. Like I said, everyone's gonna die. Sometimes you have to face things. The world, as horrible as it is, or it undertakes you, comes unsuspecting. You should know what's going on. As he turns, he would take a step as he would shut the door.
Ah!
I think a dog just got shouted at.
It did. Sorry about that.
No, you're fine.
As in message in your head, you would hear a voice. And Nix, I think there's a reason Lord Murdoch was so willing to chase this stuff down. Don't you think it's a little curious that now we're finding mind control stuff?
In your head, you just hear, "Why do you think I'm here?"
Because he wants more of it, doesn't he? Knows how to control it. This is the base element of something more refined. Get into a hand of a couple wizards, a couple surgeons, not some damn goblins and some ogres.
Agreed. That's definitely why I'm here. It might not necessarily be what I do, but you are right. I've had lots of training, and I have a very particular set of skills. God damn it, I heard it as I said it.
It's Liam Leeson. Oh god.
Yep.
But also, as someone who keeps secrets, I guess I can recognize someone with their own. And I think his eyes will drift to where you usually keep your pouch of those special coins you hold up to your eyes.
He tilts his head a little bit in acknowledgement. Touche. But
Go ahead.
to be fair, I haven't kept anything from Naira. And you can always ask. As he frowns a bit at that, shakes his head. Listen, I'm more worried about Naira right now. She reacts to even the mention of Lord Murdoch more than Valco does to a cut of meat. I think you might already have some skills with this. Something subtle.
I don't know. I don't know that I have any say on that anymore. She's not my little dreamer anymore.
Yeah, but she's still your sister. Frowns at that. Listen, if you don't, I'll deal with it then.
I think Nix's posture changes and he just says, "No. Let me deal with it in my own time. Since it's my life, I'll be blowing up."
He nods.
but things are going to be strained between Naira and I for a bit. So I'm glad she has you there.
I'm glad she has you there too. I know why you did it. I've made similar decisions in the past. I can't judge you, just... It's better. And she'll understand. It'll just hurt for a while. And she'll always be your dreamer, you're damned connected. Just the world jades people a bit.
I find that it's not the world that jaded me. It was those who had everything that took advantage of those who have nothing. But we can philosophize. We can talk about this kind of stuff later. I will think about it. But let me, please.
You see as he furrows his brow. I'll try, but I'm not gonna lie to her. I just won't broach it, you understand?
That's fair. I mean, if you can get past when she has an idea, she's pretty stubborn about that, so it's going to be a bit of an uphill battle.
Kind of adorable, isn't it?
That's one word for it, as he opens the door.
Okay, Naira, you meanwhile have continued to spider climb your way along the walls and ceiling. With a 14, you don't notice any particular traps, but what you do notice now is that compared to the rest of the undercroft that you have been moving through, the stonework in this section of the tunnel is pristine. There is no dirt, no sign of age, no weakness in any of the joints that you can see. The only sign that any time has passed at all are the bodies of what look to be a mixture of both goblins and hobgoblins that are scattered along the corridor. And you can actually see that the soot that had kind of been left by their destruction that was evidently wrought upon them seemed to be kind of cleaning itself over time.
It's creepy.
Yeah. Well,
In the room, sorry, go on.
I was going to say I very gently sort of put a foot down and prod and see if I can lower myself onto the ground.
There's no response.
Okie doke. Awesome.
The room that you're now facing is a fairly large, again, almost pristine, clean room. In the very center of it, there is a dais slightly raised off the up out of the floor of stone, and on the wall around it there are four sconces holding crystals that each glow with the same bright, eerie light that was illuminating the corridor. On the far end, the stonework of the walls is broken by a large stone slab, potentially some kind of door. On the On the door, you see the now familiar sigil of House Lorlaine, and beside it a plaque in brass set into the stone, where in High Imperial you read, "The Chamber of Shadow, where darkness is made to serve the light." There follow a series of names, and then beneath them it says, "Meditate upon the dark and begin your work."
Can you DM that to me so I have that written down?
Sure. I'll put it in general.
Okay.
Just so. Well, I mean, I assume everybody at some point is going to try and get in here, but
I am going to attempt to cast message to Lorium because he was the closest to me.
okay.
And I will say, I found something real interesting in here. I'm going to cast Detect Magic. Do you think I have 10 minutes to ritually cast it?
I mean, yeah, sure, why not? But did you? You know, it's fine. I got this. As he'll turn around to Wander and say, "Well, boss is trying to check out some potentially magic shit. You want to sit there and stand guard, or you want to come with?"
I'll guard. Change moves back a bit.
All right, good work, Shield. And he'll just. It was a beam that was fired, right?
Yeah, like a bolt.
Okay. He's just gonna say, "Fuck this," and pick up a hobgoblin body and just carry it in front of him.
Just like hobgoblin corpse shield it.
Yep. And he is going to keep going and see how many bolts he takes.
Okay. How fast are you moving?
He is originally we're gonna see this. He's gonna see the rate, but he is initially going to just take a couple of shimmies, like go 10 feet, brace for impact. 10 more.
Yeah. The moment you step out with the corpse, there is the familiar rising of magical energy. The eye glows brighter, and the bolt of radiance fires out. There, you feel the impact against the body. There is the smell of cooking meat and flames lick around it. You kind of are shimmying forward with it, and you get to about 10 feet. About 3 seconds later, sorry, there you are. About 3 seconds later, you hear another kind of.
I wonder you might not want to stand behind me.
Okay, and the body is getting cooked. Like you can actually, as the second impact, you actually see like portions of the clothing and armor that it was wearing being kind of blasted aside, and the body itself like actually feels lighter in your hands as portions of it have been just blown apart by the violence of the energy being released.
In that case, he is going to take the shield as well with from the body and sort of hold it right to the stomach of the hobgoblin with his own shield behind it, and he is just going to sprint.
Okay.
And you tell me how far I get or how much damage I get.
Okay, so that's one move action to get there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. As you kind of charge forward with this, the eye glows one more time, getting off another bolt as you rush forward. It does, the shield and the body absorb the vast majority of the impact, but as the blast kind of rocks it in your hands, it almost kind of just falls apart. Most of the flesh actually just crisped away and almost practically just bones left that kind of fall out of your grip. You do take a little bit of splash, 2 points of fire, which again with your resistance is a single point of residual fire damage.
Okay. He's just going to sidestep it. And is it a magic sigil doing it, or is it a literal hole in the wall?
It's set into the wall slightly, but yeah, it does. There is this carved sigil of Father Judge's eye.
Ah. Okay.
And that is what is emanating this light, and the bolts seemed to come from the pupil of the eye.
Did the hobgoblin die before it was able to draw its weapon?
That one, no. They had both. They both turned and drew their. It did get actually, no. You know what? It didn't get an initiative, so technically, yeah, it had just kind of turned around and then immediately died.
All right. He's gonna turn over to Nara and just say, "Watch out, boss. I'm gonna do this old-fashioned way." And he's gonna try to take out the sword from the hobgoblin, and he is just going to attempt to hack away at the rocks to disrupt the sigil. You tell me if that blows up in my fucking face.
Okay, first of all, roll your attack. And,
okay.
Well, just go ahead and roll damage, because you can hit the frickin' thing.
Yeah.
So go ahead and roll damage to see.
Longsword, I suppose.
Yeah.
Guess that was their hit, right? 1.
So you lash out and feel the and are able to strike into the stone. You don't seem to have actually done much. As you pull the blade back, there doesn't appear to be much of a mark left. This stone is evidently quite resilient, and the whatever enchantment is on this place, the pristine nature of it speaks to preservation magic in place here.
Yeah.
So it's going to be quite sturdy and hard. But as you do, the eye does react with a flash. And I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, please.
Sure. Taking fire and cold damage is what he lives for.
Doing this whole thing, and she's just ritually casting. She's like, "You take care of yourself, Lorian."
He
I am trying to open. 15 makes it. You only take half damage.
Hey, half of half.
So yeah, it will be a quarter. Here we go. So you take 5 points of fire damage, which again is reduced to 2.
Note to self: get resistances.
Trust me, it doesn't help as much as you think it does.
Flame on your horn, Lorian, on your horn.
That's normal. It's fine.
Okay.
That's normal.
I mean, it is for him.
And whilst before we return to that, we'll switch focus up to Nyx and Uther. But before we proceed, I need to nip to the restroom real quick, so we'll just take a quick 1-minute break. I'll be right back.
Yay.
Let's talk shit while he's gone.
Yeah.
No, it's being recorded. No.
You know what'd be funny? When he said, meditate in the darkness, I'm like, I'll just cast darkness there. I don't
It's like, what if I did something? Probably a very good idea.
Well, you need you need the spell darkness to not be able to see in the dark? Loser.
He just needs to turn off the lights.
Yeah.
Wander's just like, I cannot see.
Yep.
But no, I can't cast it until tomorrow. I only get that once a day.
I also love this idea that Wander is standing in between the two hallways and watching Naira scale across a wall and Lorium do whatever, and then he looks the other way and Nyx and Uther slip into the room and the door shuts.
Yep. Just very quiet yelling ensues. This is great. Making the healer's job real easy. I stand here, and if one of you dies, I just go, oh no, 35 feet away.
You should have stayed within my range.
Oh, P.S. I introduced Nick a little while ago to Selfie Scuttlebutt, and I believe there is an agreement that might actually be more adorable than Wander.
Just like a you I can't describe it. You just have to meet her. You'll understand once you meet her.
Well, if it's a competition.
Oh no, he's gonna start saying ooh ooh and shit.
Oh
no, ew. What? No.
I mean, maybe that my opinion, Nyx's opinion would change if he knew who gave him those items.
Yeah, maybe it would. Maybe if you roll higher on insight,
Maybe if we weren't all keeping secrets.
Hey, whoa. I have one secret, and it's a nice secret. What is your guys' secrets? Hmm?
I have none.
Speaking of secrets,
Actually, is it still considered a secret if you also don't know the answer? Because I feel like Wander has lots of secrets. He just doesn't realize they're secrets yet.
Nope. Doesn't count as a secret if I don't know what it is. Nope, not a secret.
it's
Oh,
just
that's just a
writing.
surprise.
Yeah, then it's a surprise, and everyone likes
But
surprises.
speaking of secrets, Nix, I just need you to go ahead and give me a deception roll.
Deception.
Yeah, just go ahead and roll one of the check for
Look
the
who's hiding their stuff already.
Okay,
It's
dice
the
gods.
It's the perfect scenario.
Oh my.
well,
Noted.
Can I know what this is regards to?
Nope. It'll be a surprise.
You lied, and you don't know what you lied about.
So you are at the second door in the corridor.
I'm just gonna. I will try to open the door. Open. It won't open.
It will not open. You pull on it and it rattles. There is obviously some kind of locking mechanism in place.
Then I will get out my thief's tools and spend the however many minutes it's going to take me to roll successfully to unlock this door.
Okay.
How can I just select the thief's tools from?
No.
you can use sleight of hand is what I usually do.
Yeah, it'll be a sleight of hand check.
Okay, that's easier.
Yeah, it is a it is a very basic, like it's literally just kind of there's a specially kind of shaped stick that you would need to stick through to kind of lever this mechanism up properly. So it is the work of just a few moments for you to kind of put a probe through and kind of feel around, lever the right action up, and very quickly you feel kind of feel something drop out, and you feel and there's a faint kind of clunk from the other side, and when you push it now, the door swings open to reveal a more ornate room than the other two. The bed here is actually like something, a structure that has some care has been put into to make sturdy and comfortable. The furs that are piled up on it look fairly clean, quite sumptuous actually. It looks like it would be a very comfortable place to be. There is a chest and a pile of kind of, again, like just clothing and discarded equipment and the like next to it. And over here in the opposite corner, there is what is very obviously some form of shrine. That's a large rock that's been placed up and carved into its front and daubed with what is unmistakably dried blood to kind of color in the design, is the now familiar sigil of 5 upward-facing fangs. And at the peak of each, there is set into the stone a large gem.
This has Aladdin vibes.
Sorry. Thing and in that red thing is the like
Shrine.
okay. Sorry, I'm listening, but I'm also like going, why did I make that deception check? Oh no. I am going to
You might find out one day.
It's not important, I'm sure. Is it like a regular gem, or like it's just like a gem? It's not like one of the stones.
No, yeah, they are very obviously gemstones, not the metallic shard or anything like that.
Then I think he will take note of that thing, and then he's going to walk over to the chest and investigate it for traps.
Okay. Give me another investigation check, please.
This is fine.
Doesn't appear to be trapped or locked, in fact. It is a sturdier chest, and again, seems too finely made to be goblinoid in origin. Potentially more looted gear from one of the wagons. But does not appear to be locked or trapped.
I'm going to open it.
You open it, and within you see what look to be several bundles of kind of clothing or robes that are kind of folded up or wadded up more so, and shoved kind of somewhat haphazardly inside. But you do also see several sticks of charcoal and lead intended for drawing or writing, and several like a kind of a book cover with many loose sheets of parchment and vellum almost haphazardly stuffed into it.
Looking at those, is it something I can read, or is it a language I don't recognize?
What languages do you read?
Okay, it's a lot, so be prepared. Common and Dwarvish.
Oh, okay. I thought you were being scared.
I mean, thieves can't. I guess.
No, you do not recognize. You do not recognize it. But it does. Give me a history check. It does look familiar. It's definitely. It looks like something you've seen before. You're just not exactly sure what it is.
Okay. He's going to gather up the book and the implements to write and put them over on the table, and then he's going to thoroughly go through the entire room, checking.
Okay.
I want to take my
Very
time
good,
searching.
yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. I mean, do you want to just take 20? Like, if you're giving it a really thorough, turning over every loose stone.
Didn't you say that takes a couple of hours?
It would yeah, that's kind of what I'm asking. Like, how much time to search a room this of this size, taking 20, would probably take you almost an hour.
No, I'll just do it off my investigation check, because I know I know I need to be ready to go if something happens.
We're hearing
so
several
roll-
explosions in the other room.
Yeah, you are hearing kind of from the other room as you move through.
Yeah, I just want to do a once over, and then I can always come back and do a
Go
better
ahead and roll
search.
me an investigation check then.
Haha.
The clothing inside the chest turns out to be looks to be basically goblin-sized robes, more kind of essentially other costumes or uniforms or whatever that Madagarath might have worn. They are goblinoid-sized and look similar in design to what he was wearing above when you killed him. Apart from that, you don't really find much else of interest in the chest. However, on the table, you do find a small pouch containing several platinum pieces and more imperial coinage. About 45 gold worth in total. And then inside this, the kind of pile here, turns out to mostly be very mundane items. There's what looks to be some nice clothing, that's been gathered up. It almost seems like it might just be trophies that he took a fancy to at some point. There's like a nice pewter tankard with some nice inlay on it and stuff like that. Nothing too exotic or special, but all kind of nice-ish stuff.
Okay. He will grab the coin, and he'll grab the book and then the drawing and writing implements, and he will head back towards the furnace room.
By
Okay.
the way, I am not noting down the gold pieces that you guys are finding unless you tell me about them.
So note them down yourselves.
Well, yeah, it was 45 gold, but how many exactly platinum?
So there were 3 platinum pieces. Again, but they, stamped with old imperial markings. So they're kind of like imperial ducats. And then about 10 gold pieces of old imperial coinage, and then about 5 gold pieces worth of electrum and silver in this
Gotcha.
gold tile.
45 total.
45 total.
As he comes back through, he will actually, he'll pass the charcoal and the writing implements to Uther, and just say, you should give those to Nara. I think she'd like that, and then keep walking towards Wander.
Okay. Wander, did you want to have done anything or while that was going on?
No, he was just keeping watch, making sure, if one group came back first, then obviously the other way is the way to go.
Okay. Uther, are you doing anything for your part before we get back to the detect magic?
Just, I imagine there's like that perspective of Uther's going through.
You cut out there.
Cutting
Uh-oh.
back to.
Oh, there it is.
Yep.
Oh, there it goes.
You said
Yeah,
Uther's
yeah,
going
yeah.
to, and then
Oh,
Yeah.
that cut out. Okay. Uther would be picking through the pile and the things in this room over that time.
Okay. Go ahead and give me an investigation check. Go himbo power.
Go himbo powers. Yeah. Hey, wait.
There's you find a what looks to be like a piece of wood that was torn out of something that was fairly ornately carved, and it's got a really nice, intricately detailed memento mori carved into it, and you just spend a moment kind of appreciating the workmanship. It's a pity that it was pulled out of whatever larger piece it was once a part of. It's pretty nice.
I'm gonna do that thing where I look at this, look at the goblin axe with the replaced head, look back at this, look back at that, and it will my woodcarver's kit and go, excellent. This is all I ever wanted in here. And then I'll step back out to go rejoin my compatriots.
Okay. So Naira, for your part, despite the distractions going on behind you, you have been able to finish your ritual casting of detect magic, and as soon as this new awareness shimmers into place over your vision, you become aware that this entire chamber and the tunnel behind you are bathed in magical fields. Several different schools, evocation, obviously, focused around the eye, divination, a general kind of divination field. It settles across much of this area. And then, again, a field of abjuration magic as a kind of stamp of finality, which you get is a part of the enchantment that is preserving this whole place and maintaining the power of this area.
Is there anything specific coming from those sconces with the gems?
Yes. The gems themselves are obviously magical and giving off a magical light. Give me an Arcana check. 17. You can't tell precisely what from your just initial look, but there is definitely some kind of link between the sconces, the dais in the center, and the door. There is some kind of web of enchantment that has been settled over this entire chamber. That is linked in some way to the door at the far side, or the stone slab with the plaque.
Okay, I will need to study this in much more detail. There's so much magic in here, it's a little bit disconcerting. I definitely think we'll need to figure out a magical puzzle in order to open that door on the other side.
And actually, you got a 17?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. You got a 17, and being attuned to it, your new cloak, the familiarity that you gained with the magical field, that it emanates, the individual kind of signature, if you like, of the enchantment that it bears, you notice a link between the cloak and the divination magic focused around the eye here.
You look back and Lorem's just studying the stonework around the eye, and he has his glaive out. You might be able to piece together he's about to try to fucking start pulling some stones out.
Can I roll an intelligence check to see if I know what he should be doing at this point?
Yeah. And I would say actually, go ahead and roll me another Arcana specifically, given that you're looking at that. Okay. Destroying an enchantment of this kind with violence is certainly possible, but it will be very difficult. Part of the enchantment on this place is obviously
We lost you.
some kind of preservation. So as difficult as stone normally is to damage, this is going to be even more difficult. And not only once you damage it, you're going to have to damage it enough in order to actually break the enchantment on it and kind of break the weave. And throughout that process, the enchantment is going to be releasing energy back at you. So
I don't think that's gonna work.
Violence solves everything.
But one of the things you do notice with a 24, given that you still have your detect magic up, the divination magic that is emanating from the eye is encompassing the entire corridor. It's not differentiating between floor, walls, and ceiling.
Oh!
Wait. Oh. Oh. I think I'm technically the only one who can walk around here safely.
Why is that?
This cloak I'm wearing, I think it's given me a free pass to walk down this corridor. I don't think there was a specific plate that you triggered. I think you weren't wearing the right protection.
Well, that's fine and dandy for you, but what about the rest?
Well, I guess not everybody gets to come down here at the same time for now.
Well, I have to head back, and I'm not keen on taking a couple of blasts to the back while I do so,
Oh, yeah. Roll an insight check.
But it's mine.
Oh, no, he's not asking for that.
No, I know. You look at Naira and you suddenly see just a small child who's delighted at the prospect of getting a piggyback ride.
Oh. Oh.
Uppies! I want uppies!
I don't know. Would that work?
We can find out.
Start scratching at the wall next to him. Not the sigil, but the stonework around the sigil. Does he think he could potentially use the glaive to wedge something out? Not the sigil itself, but around it.
I mean, it'd be a lot of work. Potentially, it could. But again, you also
He's
don't
gonna
know,
defend
like.
himself. I think it was designed to stop people from tearing it out of the wall.
You see him start winding up as you don't even need to roll for it. You think he doesn't like the prospect of giving you a piggyback. And he's just going to slack the stone or neck to the. If you're facing down the hallway, he's going to slap it to the left of the eye.
So you're just
to try to wedge out a stone with the glaive.
Okay. Give me a strength check. I'm going to say to like try and.
Yeah.
Okay. And also a dexterity saving throw, please.
Okay.
Nice.
So yeah, you definitely succeed. And take only 5 damage from the flame, which again with your resistance it gets reduced to 2. You jam, you swing your glaive in and are able to kind of jam it into the fitting between 2 of the stones. And as you kind of pull it out, you do feel the stone shift slightly before the glaive kind of pings free of the purchase where you had been able to find for it. There is like a slight dentation where the stones have shifted, but the eye flares in response, and obviously fired this bolt toward you. That you were able, I guess, because you were expecting it, you were able to kind of just throw your arm up and flashes across your bracer.
He's like, man, should I take Shield Master? It'll just. He starts to tense up to do it again, and he's like, either this is gonna fucking kick my ass or I'm gonna kick it.
Lorium.
Fuck it.
Lorium.
Go ahead, hop on. Fuck you, don't talk.
Okay.
Just from down the hall to hear, "Are you okay?"
Yeah, I'm fine. Just don't stand in the middle of the fucking wall, Jack. Fucking.
We just hear Naira going, wee!
Spin me.
And yeah, if she does climb on, which is funny because she's basically the size of a.
She comes here on him.
So yeah, he will start to shimmy with the cloak, or her cloak, facing the wall, and he'll just do a little side step out, and see if anything reacts. He's gonna step to the side.
No response.
Oh, okay.
You feel kind of the magical field in the air reacting to your presence, but there's no glowing pulse of power. Naira, with your magical detection still up, you feel the divination magic kind of recognize the signature of your robe, and the evocation field that was in the air dissipates and goes dormant as you move.
Oh, that is really nifty.
Should I just let you walk back and just piggyback on everybody else to get them over here? Or...
Well, why don't we? I made note of everything that saw in there, and we can discuss the best option. But we might do that, yeah.
Fine. As he starts walking down the corridor, and he'll get all the way back. And seeing everybody in a little fucking line in front of the thing, it would just be like, I told you all to stay out of the way.
You told me.
What did you tell them?
You did not tell me to tell them.
Alright, well, it looks like if you start walking down there, you're gonna get smacked. And you all aren't as awesome as I am, so you're gonna take some damage.
I mean, I won't.
Shut up.
Why?
So, just so you guys understand what we found down there, the thing that is shooting sort of beams of angry magic at us, it's attuned to this cloak that I'm wearing, so I can pass through this hallway with no problems, but everybody else is going to get shot at. And at the other end, there is a room that scares me a little bit. There's obviously there's a lot of magic in that room. There's some sconces on the walls with some magical gemstones. I think we're gonna have to figure out how to use that magic to open a door that's over there, but I'm not. I didn't get a very close look at it yet. But as I still have my detect magic up, did anybody else find anything? I can go see if.
Actually, I did. He'll walk forward and put that book that he found on the table. I think I found where that shaman was staying. His room was the last one, all the way down at the end, and it had a shrine in there I thought you might want to take a look at. But before you do that, I've got a... This is probably a stupid question, but like...
There's no such thing as
You're saying that that cloak allows you to... like, gives you protection to go down the hallway?
Yes.
And you said it was some kind of eye that was sensing you and shooting beams at you?
The Eye of Father Judge, yes.
Okay, could we just hold the cloak up in front of the eye?
Roll an insight check.
She's like, no, it's mine.
But I want a piggyback.
When you
Speaking
take all
of,
the fun
did you-
out of it.
You hopped off him once we got in here, right?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Okay. You're about to get shaken off violently.
I am gonna roll. I'm fine. Everything's fine. She goes, I don't know if I'm getting this wrong, or you don't think I would know this. Make me roll an Arcana check. But I think it needs to be connected to me. This required attunement to be active, so I think I give this cloak some power.
Right, but it protected you and Lorium when y'all came through, right?
Yes, but I was blocking Lorium. It couldn't see Lorium. But if I
So could we just hold you in front of it?
I suppose.
Pick her up like a cat and just meow. Hold her up.
I mean, I suppose, but
One second. I'm actually just DMing you something really quickly.
He's like, no, I'm gonna let Naira have her fun.
Actually, if you hold her in front of it, it will just shoot twice.
I don't know. He doesn't know magic. He was just like, oh, it's an eye that sees things. What if we cover the eye?
I mean, Lorium used an entire body to get down there, and it basically disintegrated by the time he got to the end.
What if we're just really fast? Thoughts?
Okay, Wander, how fast are you?
Oh, look, you didn't have to put it like that.
They made it personal.
Yeah.
I don't think that would be necessary. I do think that. And she's gonna step away from Lorium at this point. And she is gonna then say, "But I do think that it will know when I'm in the corridor, and it won't fire at anyone in it."
Mm. Lauren's dead.
Nyx will just nod and try to make sense of half the words you said, like father, who's he, what's he. But he will say, but yeah, the last room down this way, and he'll indicate down the hallway, it had a shrine with a big gem in it. I think you should take a look at it. And then he'll walk over to the book and just say, "Can anybody read this?"
A book has got her attention, so she's like, "Oh, shrine, but also book, but oh, what do I do?" Like she's having the time of her life.
Well, how much longer does your spell last,
It's
Nara?
10 minutes, and I only put it on just about.
Yeah, you've probably got at
Oh.
least 6 or 7 minutes left.
Yeah.
Okay, well
And I
then,
can always ritually
whichever.
cast it again. Like Naira is here for a while; she's long term. So she will pick up the book. Does it look familiar to her at all?
No, the book itself, the cover doesn't actually have any kind of marking on it or anything like that. It looks like it's just basically like a binder, the medieval ye olde binder, essentially.
Okay, she'll
And the pages inside aren't actually like glued or sewn in place at all. They're just loose sheets of parchment that have been stuffed somewhat haphazardly into it. Everybody who is examining it with you, give me an intelligence check, please.
Everybody?
Well, everybody who is basically looking at it and wants to kind of trying to puzzle anything out about it.
This
Damn.
is funny.
Okay.
Lorium's smarter than Nyx.
Ah,
Noted.
Uther, do you speak Draconic?
I do not.
Okay, Naira does though, correct?
Yes.
What?
Okay.
I speak Draconic, Celestial, and Sylvan. The Romance languages, obviously.
So the pages themselves are scrolled in a disturbing combination of charcoal and blood. It looks as though whatever it was to hand was used whenever the writer was in the mood to write. And the characters themselves are very similar to Draconic. And Uther, you have encountered Draconic many times in your life. And so even though you don't read it, you do recognize it. Naira, with your familiarity with the language, you recognize it extremely easily. And furthermore, you notice that though they are similar to Draconic, it's as though somebody who didn't speak it properly or read it properly and had never really learned the language, had tried to draw it from memory. So the letters and the symbols are somewhat malformed and not quite correctly inscribed. And more so, the meaning is almost nonsensical. It just seems to be random ramblings. The meanings that you are able to glean speak of hunger, consuming, the great maw.
This is the war
Talking.
gods. this belongs to the warlock. And she's still, like, leafing through it.
It reads like the journal of a madman who could barely read or write. It's like an insane Chucky doll, an insane kindergartner, just scrolling half-remembered words in fits of madness. Is the impression that you get.
Ignore the chat, Andrew.
Keep your eyes away from there. We don't want more psychic damage.
Disappointment.
Yeah, that was extreme disappointment.
Oh no, we need to keep this to the secret chat, guy. Come on.
That was the exact face you made.
Arms and everything.
So, yeah, Naira's looking through this, and she will basically be like, this is just... I assume it's a little bit like the journals from Seven.
Yeah, that's a very, very apt comparison.
It's draconic, but it's like draconic as if they saw it in a dream and were trying to remember how they'd written it in a dream. It's nonsense for the most part, but it's... I don't think that the warlock knew draconic. I don't know if it's possible, but it's maybe its patron gave it that information.
Then what he said earlier about the great maw coming to get us, does that make sense to anybody?
It definitely talks about that in here, a lot about hunger and a great gaping maw, but it doesn't, none of this makes sense. Look at the damage that this... Naira's getting agitated.
I mean, is the fucker serving a goddamn dragon? They got pretty big maws and hunger.
Oh, I don't know. Draconic is the language of the arcane. So it could literally be anything. I mean,
That makes more sense.
Maybe looking at that shrine might give you a better idea of what he was praying to.
Just books it down the hall.
Nix will shoot Uther a look like sometimes you just gotta nudge her.
And was this the room that I need to
Yeah, that was the room. And as soon as you enter, your magically attuned senses focus in on the shrine. There is a definite lingering aura of multiple magical fields. Nothing focused or specific, but this is very clearly a shrine that has been the focus of worship and communion with, other entities.
Do I recognize anything?
Give me a religion check.
Nat 20? Not quite.
Not specifically, no. You do recognize, obviously, the symbol of what you know to be called the Hungry Horde, which is the 5 upward curving tusks with the 2 largest at the end, like a great fanged jaw, curving upward. But it doesn't. It's very strange. It's not like any religious iconography that you're actually familiar with from any major deity, including Maglubiot and the traditional goblin deities. They favor imagery of weaponry and axes and the like. So this is very strange.
Do you think there's any possibility that this has to do with whatever Calcifer was?
I don't.
Wander's trapped.
I was throwing myself. I started clipping through.
And
Oh no, go ahead.
That was it. That's
Wander, give me a religion check.
Alrighty then.
And as voted by the group, we can use your wisdom rather than your intelligence modifier. So just add that on and let me know what your total is.
Cool. Then, just to make it easy for my own sake, because I have very small ADHD brain, I'm just going to roll a d20 and then add 5.
Cool beans. Ooh, okay,
Huh.
23.
23. Yeah, I know it's difficult to answer.
He just starts lighting up. Danger, Naira, danger.
You don't specifically. You are very confident, in fact, that this is not iconography that is associated with any deity that you are aware of, and you have a deep awareness of the cosmology of the pantheon. This is not a shrine to a god. You are very confident of that. This is a shrine to some other form of entity.
Could I?
Equally, you and actually, Naira, I will say, well, yeah, to a lesser extent, Naira, as well. You are aware that attempting to interact with this shrine without proper obeisance could potentially be hazardous, but it would be possible to cleanse it with the appropriate ceremony and disperse the focal energies.
I would just like to point out the character growth that Nyx did not touch it and went and found his sister.
I was wondering what was about to happen there.
That's why I said it's like Aladdin with the big gems.
Because I wanted to be a boo, like, so bad.
You
So,
should have.
Wander, do you tell us what you find?
I do, but also, given that there was already an interaction with a demon in the cave, would he potentially sense or know about any connection there? Could he maybe think like, well, this is a shrine related to a demon?
Potentially. You do know that warlocks do occasionally make pacts with fiendish entities. So potentially this could be a duke or a like very powerful but not quite deity status member of the Hells. That would be an option, but you don't immediately recognize the iconography as related to any particular one.
Okay. Then, yeah, he'll say, "This is not of divinity."
Naira's just looking at you expectantly, waiting for you to finish.
I don't know what this is. It's something else.
So
Dark.
not divine. So is it a shrine to something else?
Yes. He's just looking at it, kind of squinting and, trying to really soak it in.
It's a shrine to an astral behemoth. Let's go fight it.
It's a shrine
We're
to.
playing Spelljammer!
Yeah! You touch it and you're teleported to space. I hope you don't need to breathe.
It's Treasure Planet rules. As long as you're on a Spelljammer ship, you're good.
Right.
Like, there's no field or anything. You're just good.
Naira's already dressed the part. Just saying.
Mm-hmm. Nix is going to kind of look at his sister and just say, "So this Madagareth, he he must have had a sect of goblins that all followed whatever this thing was, and then they used them stones to get everybody else in line."
Naira has sort of lost interest. Is this where you found the book? Um,
Yeah, I didn't get a good chance to look things over. If you want to.
I don't know if necessarily all the goblins followed or worshipped, or if they followed as a because they followed strength and Madagareth showed strength. But what I figure is that this is just some warlock nonsense and not really all that important.
I mean, Naira, they almost subjugated an entire city with it.
Well, they used the shards for that.
Right, and those shards, I assume, were like what, hidden away for how many a long period of time. You don't think that this thing, if like you were saying, he was getting this information in dreams, you don't think it pointed him to it?
I don't know. I think it's possible. I think it might be able to find some information in that journal thing. I was just talking about the shrine. I don't think that it. I don't think it has any real value.
So can we like take the gem from it or whatnot?
Did Wander tell us not to touch it?
No, he did not. You
I
are
didn't.
aware that, like, fucking with a shrine of dark magic can be a bad idea in a general sense, but nothing specific.
Let me hit it. It worked out well the last time.
And just for my own sake, with that roll, you said that there might be ceremonies to perform that could cleanse it.
Yes.
When you say ceremony, do you mean?
I mean, the ceremony spell. Yeah, if you cast a ceremony, if you performed ceremony, like at the altar, you would be able to essentially dispel the dark, whatever extraplanar or power attention is focused on it. You would be able to dispel that and essentially cleanse it of any dark influence.
Okay, so it would take ceremony. It wouldn't take maybe dispel magic.
You would have to make you would have to make a roll. It would be harder to do with dispel magic, but it would be possible.
Okay. At that point, then after examining it for a while and hearing them kind of talk in the background, vaguely, he'll just say, "I can change it tomorrow.
What do you mean change,
Don't-
Wander?
There is something wrong with this cleansing it."
Well, if you think that you can remove any influence it might have, I think that's a wonderful idea. What do you guys think?
Yeah. Like that thing we found down in the cave, better to get rid of the influence so it doesn't fester.
Actually, while she's in here, Can I just give this room a once over, see if I can find anything of
Yeah.
interest?
Give me an investigation check. Okay. Yeah, you're able to find a couple of things. Your brother had already snicked the coinage, but you do find in the pile, as you're kind of digging through it, there's a number of just kind of nice, like personal items, like a fairly ornate silver comb that you think would be worth a few gold pieces. There's also a mess kit in a leather roll that's quite nicely made and has silver, actual silverware. That would be worth probably about 10, 15 gold pieces. And of particular interest to potentially your brother, you find a very fine set of what look to be just kind of very precision tools, essentially. Probes and levers and the like, similar to the kind that you've seen him use in the past, that are a very fine make.
Like thieves' tools? Because Nyra's
Yes.
also got a set of thieves' tools on her.
Oh, fair enough. Then yes, if I did not know that you were that familiar with these, yes, you find a very fine set of thieves' tools that above the table would give basically their masterwork, so they would give you +1 to a sleight of hand check utilizing these tools.
Ooh.
For like disabled device and stuff?
Exactly, yes.
Isn't that what just regular thieves' tools give? Or no?
These give, well, whatever you would get from utilizing your thieves' tools, these give you +1 on top of that. So when you would be able to use your proficiency bonus, these increase it by +1.
Better thieves' tools.
She will grab those. And for now, she'll just pocket them.
Okie doke.
Did anyone grab that key off the shaman?
I did.
Well, maybe just for the time being when we leave, we should lock the door back.
Oh, yeah. Good idea.
But I wanted to sneak in here later and hit the crystal.
Well, you're gonna have to break the door down first, honey.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
Wander, can you bring your shield in here for a second?
Just in the other room here. Okay.
And yes, as the group leaves, you are able to use the key, and it does indeed fit in the lock, and kind of reposition the bar on the other side.
Wander's a flashlight.
Yep. I'm a walking lantern.
And yeah, this room, much as I described it to Uther, has a bed not quite as well made or ornate as the one in Madagareth's room. A table and stool. The table has the scatterings of what looks to be various meals, a tankard, and a ewer beside it. And then this pile, loose pile, that looks like it's been somewhat rifled through of clothing and items.
But nothing of interest?
An 18 in investigation. I didn't see that you rolled that. I miss the dice module so much. I can't wait till I figure out how to get that back. With an 18, no, you don't find anything more than Uther. There's a couple of plain daggers and a sword and a couple of other things like that. A helmet that's a fairly nice make. Might be worth a few gold pieces to the right person and stuff like that, but it mostly just looks like neat stuff that whatever goblinoid inhabited this room thought looked nice as it scavenged the various battlefields of its lifetime.
And I think
All
at
right.
this point, my detect magic is down.
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
So what's the plan? Are we just spending the day here?
Well,
Oh, sorry, just while you guys discuss that, I'm actually just going to nip away for a minute because this sweet tea is running right through me.
So now we've got to think, do we want to try to move past this hallway before we take a long rest? Do we want to, like, immediately, or...
well, at this point, Naira would tell you about the the thing she saw over the door. Chamber of Shadow, where darkness is made to serve the light. Oh, I need to remember to ask if I recognize any of those names. Meditate upon the dark and begin your work.
Well, maybe that just means. Well, if that just means like turn off the lights and I can sit there. It's not too hard for you. But do you think the shaman fellow was making magical darkness? Because if that's the case, I could do that tomorrow.
I really don't know. It's the Chamber of Shadow, so it might need darkness, or it might need a combination of darkness and light in the right place. Like, you can't have a shadow without light.
That's true. It's very poetic.
I mean...
Yeah, what do you mean?
Nothing. Take it back. Sorry, I'll go back to my corner.
So I don't know a lot about this kind of stuff, but like, you said that symbol over the door was the father?
Father Judge, yes.
Well, the symbol over the door, which door specifically are you talking about? Are you talking about the one...
the thing that was shooting us.
Oh, yeah. So that's not over the door. That is set into the stonework at the end of the hall here.
Yes. Yeah.
Sorry, I just wanted to make sure everyone kind of was good.
What's his deal?
He's part of the Five Pillars. He's ostensibly one of the if it was a sort of star or pentagram pyramid something, he would be around the top.
Right, but like, what does he represent? I guess.
Uther, don't go down there.
Yes, please, Uther, don't go down there. You're gonna get shot. If you'd like,
I mean, no, go ahead, take another step.
I can accompany you. We can all go down there if you want.
No, I was just stepping to look at the figure at the end while you're explaining what he was all about. And we're sure it's actually him doing the zapping or just a trap and someone carved his face at the end.
Oh yeah. Well, I assume it's just a symbol.
Yeah, you would know from your examination of it that there wasn't any sign of divinity or anything like that in the magic. This is purely an enchantment, and that was like a representation that was used to form the magic.
And if I remember correctly, like the pillars were very important during the Empire.
Yes, they were the basically during the latter period of the Empire. The Five Pillars were the official religion of the imperial territories. In fact, they were the only religion that was allowed to be openly worshipped. In Vanya and many of the larger cities, the so-called holy ordinances still hold sway. Whilst it is rare for them to be actively enforced by the city guard and the like, Technically, in many places on the Harashan coast, it is still illegal to openly worship anyone but the 5 pillars in public.
Since they're so prominent, would we have an idea of what each of the pillars like represented, or what's the word? What their realm is not the word, but like what their what their specific thing was. Like Zeus was
domain kind of thing, right? Yes.
Domain, yes.
Yeah. For Father Judge, yeah, like anybody who is native to the Harashan coast or had been here for even a little piece of time would be familiar with at least this, which I've just posted in general, which is kind of the thesis statement of Father Judge, which is law is civilization. Law and order is the greatest aspiration of all civilized people. The empire is the greatest force for law in the world, and therefore has the Father's greatest favor. It was very much an attempt to cement faith behind the imperial authority. As in, obedience to imperial authority is holy, and the empire itself is a holy authority. Is how they tried to kind of pitch it.
Out.
What?
Sorry, my dog's
being
dog.
Oh.
To get. They're about to start fighting. Hold on.
I like just jokingly tried to open a door and she was like, "No, out!" And it's like, "Wait, what?"
Okay.
Also,
actually, who's carrying the key, by the way? I assume Naira?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would assume because she's the one who had it and locked the door.
Okay. So that is essentially what everybody just knows about Father Judge. If you want more detail about anything specific, let me know and I'll call for appropriate checks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Awesome.
Actually, I would kind of like to know something.
Okay.
Was he known for sealing any sort of specific beings?
One moment. Something. Go ahead and give me a religion check.
Shut up, Tyler. Not terrible for Lorium.
Yeah.
So with a 16, you are aware that beyond the Harashan coast, Father Judge is more commonly referred to by the name Amonator. And though they are associated with law and justice, they, in the wider world, they are seen as much less authoritarian. And much less aligned specifically with civil authority. They are all about divine justice and balance rather than specific social authority.
Okay.
But no, they're not known specifically for any kind of preoccupation with sealing particular entities or security or anything like that.
All right. Well, then this probably isn't the same as the dwarven place where it held a big nasty fuck at the end of it, but
Could just be a different nasty fuck.
I mean, given the presentation of it, again, and the fact that there hasn't been any kind of divine magic associated with it, it does just look like, imperial symbology in an imperial place. It's not altogether unexpected.
Okay.
I will come up with a way to respond to that in just a second.
I wonder, maybe you would actually find some sort of interest in that big, little room for meditation.
I mean, it doesn't say anything in response. It's just kind of staring off.
That's fair.
Naira, I'm going to DM you something, just FYI.
Ooh.
Okie doke.
Florian pulls out his bedroll and takes a nap.
Falls asleep for the next 16 hours.
Little firebolts going over his head.
Yeah.
Why?
um.
So, you guys are. Oh, actually, yeah. We'll wait for just a tick.
Mm-hmm.
Well, actually, and his horse is still outside with the little pinging. I'm assuming she hasn't seen anything.
No, you haven't received any communication from Sunshine.
Cute.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 23, 24, 25.
She's counting up hit points.
Just counting the ways to kill us.
Or what's that? Sending?
Yeah.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh boy. Sure would be nice to get a long rest in, wouldn't it be?
Possibly, because I'm pretty sure earlier I got scryed on.
Mm.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Wow, there's no limitations on barriers between you and your steed. That is interesting. Okay.
Well, a mile.
Yeah, but like
Yeah.
it can be a mile of solid stone, and you're still just like, nah, I'm good.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Fourth.
Naira gets a sort of distant look on her face for a second, and anybody who wants to can roll an insight check.
Kind of far away.
You definitely,
Himbo powers.
yeah, you definitely both notice. Uther, especially since you've seen this happen before, you'll immediately recognize her face light up with sort of familiarity, and then sort of concerned confusion as she sort of nods when she's hearing stuff. And she says, I'm missing out on something. But anyway, then she will respond with, of course, Lord Murdoch. By the by, I've got exciting news. I've found what I sought. There's no sense keeping it secret anymore. It's Morwen. And then she looks at all you like she realizes that you're still in the room, and she goes, Lord Murdoch sent to me.
What did he say? Specifically?
Well, actually, it was a bit odd. He said that I need to make sure that I only communicate my findings with him. With regards to his court. Apparently, he's discovered something concerning regarding some of his valets, and I don't know. I guess I don't know. He sounded worried. Um, and then she looks at Nyx, and she said, "He
Uh,
asks,
Who is
Nyx,
gone?
Nyx,
Nyx left."
as soon as he saw who you were talking to.
She would then actually, once she realized he was gone, she would be like, I need to, I need to talk to him. Nyx, and she will call out to you. Nyx.
He would have gone up to the main floor.
I just don't understand.
Yeah, Lorium followed after him after she said about relaying findings only to him, and he was like, "Oh boy." He probably got to the end of the hallway just as you were cresting up.
Well, I will go ahead and insight check that. I'm not going to do very well. Oh my god!
What, to him or Lorium?
Lorium.
Oh,
You're
Lorium's
the
just...
only one who had a response. I don't know if Uther did as well, but she is very concerned about how you both feel about Murdoch, so she would have been paying attention.
His one eye is just looking at the... I guess it's a stairway. And there's actually not a lot to read, but it is just a very slight look of concern.
I'm gonna need you guys to explain this to me. He's a good man.
Who else were you supposed to be reporting to?
I wasn't supposed to be reporting to anybody. I haven't been report. I mean, I have to report back to Sorveni.
Is that like a work partner of Murdoch?
Sorveni is my school. It's why I'm out here. But I mean, I do have associates in. And you will probably notice that she goes to say the word friends, and then stops. And just says, but I do know people and am sometimes in communication with people at Lord Murdoch's estate, so including some of his valets.
That intelligence check was me trying to piece things together that out of character, no is a possibility, but in character, it's getting there. But to that, he'll just do a slight little chuckle and then just pat your shoulder and back up a little bit. And just sort of nod towards the stairway if you want to go.
Yep, she would go chase him down.
Lauren would just walk back like, well, I guess we're all heading up, but we can just walk up a little slowly, I guess.
Sky Daddy?
Yes, and I'm actually a few moments as you are speaking with Lorian, a few moments after your conversation finishes, you receive that.
Okie doke.
You can tell from the tone that is used is he sounds very excited. It is his voice, so he is sending personally, and sounds very excited, very eager in his speech.
Okie doke. I will. She will definitely want to respond to it. So give me just a second.
You're good.
If Uther and Lorium and them want to do anything.
So yeah, do you guys want to investigate anything else about the room? At this point, the ferocity of the fire in the smelters is dying down slightly. They obviously haven't been fed with coal for at least a little while now that you've been down here. And though they are still burning well, the ferocity of the flame has died down to the point where they're no longer quite as fearsome as they once were.
Well, if we want to, Lorium has some fuel. And by that I mean goblin bodies right next to him.
Well, there is also still like a big pile of coal in the room.
Oh, that works too.
So yeah, if you wanted to, you could absolutely fuel them up.
Does Wanderer Uther want to do anything else down here? We kind of lost our ticket to move down the other corridor. Unless you want Lorium to be a fucking shield, which sure.
Uther would just say to the two of them, but no one in particular. I feel like there has to be more to this. Things are already moving. Nobles are already aware. This could... I think there's a reason you woke up, Wander. I think there's a reason you're here, Lorium. Not sure exactly what it is, but I think thumb on scales.
We can figure that out when it comes down to it. I already know why I'm here.
Why is that?
Just kind of a look of, really?
Just himbo smiles. I always like it when things are wrapped up into those, sentences.
I would look for my mark and then until this shit's cleared up to keep you all alive, I guess.
Good. I think you'll be doing that for some time.
Sure.
I've got a
Thanks.
response. Sorry. I thought that you guys
Okay.
were done.
Okay, yeah. So Nyx would probably hear that. That you guys were talking, so anybody who wants to make a perception check can.
I think Wander
One
Only
would
one
probably
of
hear it does with his
has-
passive, yeah.
I will say he's making no special effort to listen in.
Yeah.
So yeah, Uther, given the distance and the fact that you're underground in this very kind of dead-aired tunnel, you are able to hear most of it. It's a little bit garbled, but yeah, you are able to get most of her response as you, yeah. And so now, please read out.
You will again. She sounds delighted, and she just says, "Oh, I am pleased to serve, Lord Murdoch. I know how important this was to you. I look forward to discussing things with you and Sir Bellavere."
He repeats it.
Wait, he repeats it?
Uther does to the rest of you in a low-pitched tone. What he can get, missing some words, I'd imagine.
She's talking to him again. All right.
Have I?
I'm guessing.
Have you?
Sorry. I
No,
didn't
go
mean
ahead.
to interrupt. I was just wondering if I've come across Nyx or what's going on because we're just hanging out in the dark tunnel.
Yes, no, you've definitely like Nyx had paused at the foot of the stairs, and so you are very easily able to catch up with him.
Nyx.
Yeah, Naira. As I forget to push the button.
You ran off. I wanted to tell you. I just heard from Lord Murdoch.
Oh, what'd he have to say?
He apologized for the danger that you and I have faced coming out here. And he said something odd I don't really understand, actually. He said that he's discovered something concerning about his valets. So much so that he was worried that I might pass information on to someone like he doesn't trust them anymore.
I think Nyx gets quiet for a moment and is just contemplating that.
He actually sent twice. I told him where we are. I couldn't contain myself anymore. He said it was excellent news. He's very excited. He said that he'll send again tomorrow. Is there anything you'd like me to say to him on your behalf?
No, just tell him about your stuff. I'm sure he's more excited about that.
Well, he has been looking for this for quite some time, so he's invested in it, certainly. Listen, Nyx, I'm not going to ask any questions. But I'm not going to pretend I understand what's going on.
Then don't, and he'll walk away.
And as you walk away, the last thing that you hear is Oceanemish.
And over his shoulder, he'll say, I'll see you in a minute. And Nyx will go upstairs and out to where Sunshine is.
Okay. You're able to head back out up into the bright, early, well, mid-morning sun. It's again probably only about like 10:30, 11 a.m. At this point. So the day is crisp and clear above. Meanwhile, the rest of you below. What are we doing?
I don't know if you guys need to roll anything to notice that Naira has been crying when she comes back in. She's probably like wiping away tears as she walks in.
Very audible sigh from Lorium.
A message in your head of, is everything all right? I mean, silly question, but would you mind elaborating?
She she'll speak back in that whispered tone, and she will just say, I can't, I don't know. I'll explain it later. And then she will, let's see how well she does this. Performance or deception, do you think?
Depends on what you're trying to accomplish.
She's trying to change her demeanor.
Either. Whichever you prefer.
Ha! Even she believes that everything's okay.
Yeah, she just everything sort of melts away, and she takes on this demeanor of like a school teacher who's very excited about the lessons that she has just that she gets to share today and things like that. And she just is just like, but today has been a glorious day, and I still can't believe that I have found my way here, and I would like to finish cataloging everything and write everything in my journal and make sure that everything is in order so I can send it off to Sorveni so I can. Yeah, so maybe we can celebrate. We've got all that wine and nice food. We should have. Let's go upstairs. Let's celebrate.
Mm-hmm. I mean, this is what your goal is, so...
Exactly, of course. I couldn't be happier.
I'm just rolling this for fun. Literally just for fun. Because there's no way any of us beat a 29. It's literally impossible. All right.
She has transformed. You genuinely believe that she is just having a great day.
All right. Hey, Wander.
He's just kind of looking into the furnace, and his head just slowly, lightly tilts towards you. His eyes kind of still on the fire.
Do you have any interest in that furnace, or...?
No.
All right. You want to go upstairs and preoccupy your mind? It's still early. I guess we're spending the fucking day here.
I'll stay here.
Oh, Wander, our celebrations won't be complete without you.
I don't eat.
No, but you stay here if that's what you want. I like your company, Wander.
Yeah, you're pretty much the laugh at the party. A hint of a joking demeanor.
After Naira spoke, his head just kind of tilted back towards the furnace, and he just keeps looking into it.
Well, here. And he'll just pick up some of the coal. And just shovel it in with his 2 meaty claws.
I mean, there is also a shovel, but sure.
I assume.
But yeah, you throw a couple of handfuls in. The fire flares, returning to life once again, burning brighter. Still not quite yet where it was when you first arrived, and they were evidently being actively worked on and maintained. But yeah, certainly enough heat and fuel in there to keep it going for another hour or so before it dies down properly.
And if we decide to stay here, are we going to have downtime? Like for the rest of the day?
Who knows?
Maybe?
We'll see what the god rolls on his encounter bullshit.
I'm so excited for like a horde of ogres to come up and for Wanda to just be in the basement. Like, I don't hear anything.
I got 10 points
Yeah.
of healing left. Yeah. Alright. He'll just shovel that in for you. And just say, well, if you don't want to use your hands, I'm sure you don't give a shit, but there's a shovel there. You can keep the fires going for actually quite a long time, probably.
Even as the fire flares, you see the lights of his eyes don't change. They don't brighten or dim.
Be upstairs for a bit if you need us. And yeah, Lorian will head upstairs at least. I don't know about the other two.
No, we found some dark corner to. I'm sorry, what?
There is a dome up and it is being used.
There's a sock on the door.
Yeah.
Sliding
There's
off
just
the
a sock on top of it. Yeah. There's just a sock on the ground next to it.
Oh, someone lost their shoes.
And their pants and their shirt. Hey, wait a minute.
Wait a second. Whee!
Okay, if you guys are all heading back up, let me bring us back to...
Except for Wander, who apparently hates us.
There's a lot on his plate right now.
Right? Someone else gets it.
Oh.
Oh, I wanted to ask, do I recognize any of those names that were on the door, by the way? Is that like a history check?
Yes, give me a history check.
What's up here? Haha.
A ladder.
Oh boy. Let's climb the ladder.
It breaks, you fall. Goodbye to your back.
I'll get to you in just a sec. With 13, thing. Here we go. Because it is something that you had previously investigated and researched before coming here, you do recognize one of the names, the latest one, Sir Belandon Glorandin, is actually the name of the last recorded garrison commander of Fife Morwen
I'm sorry.
before the fall of the Empire.
I'm so sorry. You said that, and all I heard was Landon Bablano Navigan.
He walked away.
Take a lap after that one.
Oh, he's probably gonna squirt me with a squirt bottle. Don't do it.
Oh no. Oh no.
No, it was the dogs were scratching at the door. But yeah, Sir Belandon Glorandin.
See?
Knight of the Zoom. Chief foe of Skype. But yes, the last recorded commander of the Fife of Morwen and the garrison there before the fall of the Empire and the destruction of the remaining records that you were able to find, at least.
All right, so that's like one of the last pieces of evidence that I need to I'm definitely in the right place. Yay! So what's everybody doing? We come back up here.
So Lorian, that ladder you recognize as heading up into the second story, basically the area where you fought Madagascar and and his remaining bodyguards on the second floor of the ruined keep. That is an alternate ascent up there.
Oh, okay. In that case,
Yeah.
he would have back down.
All right, shit, fuck it.
I'm just gonna move around.
Okay.
Wander joined us after all.
No, you didn't.
No, I mean, I just wanted him to have a token there so he can at least see the map and stuff.
Yeah. You just want me looking at a black screen. I see how it. I don't go and celebrate with you, and I have to sit in the closet. Okay.
I mean, it's not a great place to be. I can tell you that.
God damn it.
By the way,
so yeah. Sorry, go on.
when we get out here, Naira will indicate to Uther that she wants him to follow her as she goes in here. And once they are alone and it's like the door is closed and everything, she will drop her performance and she will throw herself into his arms and start to cry quietly with her head buried in his shoulder.
As he holds Naira. Well, you had me, Drict. Thought you seemed okay. Talk to me.
Can we come back to this scene?
Sure. Okay, so Lorian, Nix, the two of you have stepped out to the front of the ruined keep. Is there anything in particular that you guys are doing or looking for? Sunshine is there, happily cropping away at the grasses and shrubs that grow in the area.
Nix is sitting on one of the stumps of the trees that have been cleared out, and he is just kind of like his pose would indicate that maybe he was meditating, but his hands are frantically like shuffling the deck of cards, pulling a card, putting it back, and shuffling again, pulling a card, and just over and over and over again.
Lorem's gonna completely ignore you, and no. One of these barricades, he said, it's about 5 foot tall.
Give or take.
A bunch of little splinters coming out of it and shit.
Mm-hmm.
All right, he's just going to attempt for a bit to saw some of them off and take like a carryable, basically flat wood part of the barricade up and the stand with it.
Okay, so
He's basically trying to make a flat surface.
Yeah, I mean, as strong as you are and with the implements that you have at your disposal, it might take you a minute or two, but you can absolutely kind of break a portion of it off that you would have kind of like a sort of improv tower shield kind of thing.
All right. He's gonna haul that over to his shoulder, and Sunshine's gonna approach Nyx, and just sort of, while you're shuffling the cards, just on your head, just a bit loud snort. You were about to kick him. A loud snort as she kind of like nuzzles your head quizzically.
I think he like looks up at Sunshine and then like lets out a sigh and just says, "Tell him I'm fine."
She turns around and then kicks you in the fucking side of the head. No, no, one of her back hooves does come up though. And she just does a slow little, almost like when horses are reined and the hooves dig into the dirt. She does that and just kicks it on you and then walks back. But then Lorium will, hauling up the bit of wood, will just say, "Hey, Scout, come here."
Oh. Yeah, he'll look up and quizzically look at you and that board of wood.
Where's that big ass bow of yours?
It's back on horse.
Well, go fucking get it.
Okay. Nyx will head out and go get the horses.
And
Valko.
Okay, yeah, you left them about 15 minutes away, so it does take a little, you do have to go for a bit of a jog. But you do find them still tethered to the trees where you left them. Valko standing happily guard. He bounds up to greet you fairly joyously.
Nyx goes, "I'm sorry, boy." Hops on his horse and rides away. No.
You better.
No, he'll run over to Valko and like give him scritches, and then realize he also has to give him jerky or something before he like pushes me over.
Okay, so yeah, you're interacting with Valko, gathering the horses up. Uther and Naira, did you want to do your bit?
Yeah, sure. Naira takes a good minute of just sort of probably heartbreaking little sobs. And she finally says, "I do this to everybody. I didn't think I'd drive him away, but I have."
Talk, please.
What? You mean Nyx?
Yeah.
Hardly. Listen, you don't live as long as I do without having a bit of seeing some family spats. It'll be fine. He just frowns and shakes his head. Listen, I know he loves you, adores you. It's just he can claw back. But he cares.
I drive people away, Uther.
No, I don't think so.
I've told you before how you're the only person. I don't know. I don't know why things have changed between you and I. I don't.
Because you're not little kids anymore.
I never should have left. I never should have gone to Sorvini. I thought
Don't
this
think
time-
so either.
What?
I'm just saying, then I probably wouldn't have run across your path. Listen, you can't look back, and it'll be too much. You have to deal with things as they are now.
But things as they are now are off. If I could just get us back to where we were, that would be better. He's so mad at me. And it's just because of who I am. Uther
Just
promised
let-
me something.
I mean, sure. Just let me know when you're done stabbing yourself first for things that weren't your fault.
I think sometimes I forget how little you know me. Just promise me if I ever start asking too many questions or bothering you to the point where you want to push me away, please just tell me. I'd fix it if I could.
At that, he smiles. Darling, I don't see anything wrong at all. I don't plan on ever pushing you away.
All right, then hold me for a little while, please.
He would. And insane.
Okay. Wander, you've had some time to yourself below. Is there anything you're trying to accomplish down there?
There is. So shortly after they left, if I recall correctly, there was a goblin body kind of in the center of the room. He
Yeah,
would
there's a couple of them.
yeah, he would have picked up the one that's like the actual goblin that's in the center, picked it up, moved it over, and just kind of tossed it on top of the hobgoblin. Sat there and just meditated for 3 or 4 minutes, and then yeah, it'll be fine. He'll go down the hall where the warlock's room was or
Mhm.
is. He'll kind of look up at the ceiling, almost as if like trying to look through it. Take a, straighten himself up, and can I see the room layout? Not the room, the actual room, but the hallway layout.
Yeah, let me reactivate that. Just ping back down to the Undercroft. Activate, here we go, and we'll move wander. Boop.
Just I suppose right in front of the door, he will cast silence,
Okay.
and then he'll take out his mace. He'll try to break down the door.
Okay, yeah, I mean, given, silence lasts for quite a while, I think it's at least a minute.
I-
Let me, yeah, actually, don't just double check how long it lasts.
Let's see. Gotta go to D&D Beyond. Silence is 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah, okay, so, like, you don't even have to roll, no matter, like, how long it, or, like, no matter how kind of badly you roll, eventually you're smashing down a door with a mace. Eventually you're gonna win. So it takes you like a minute or two to properly batter it open, but after several blows, there's no sound, but you do see the door kind of bang violently open, and then swing back toward you, but it is now no longer capable of being locked or really effectively closed.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. He is gonna walk in, so yeah. He's gonna oh boy. He is gonna cast. So actually, I suppose he has to walk over here. He will cast guidance on himself,
Okay.
which drops silence.
Breaks silence. Mm-hmm.
And he's going to approach the altar and stare at it for maybe a 10 count before he kind of just puts his hands out and utters a few words and tries to cast Dispel Magic on it.
Okay. Let me just look something up. Okay, give me a wisdom check, please. You may use your guidance.
All right.
As you focus your power in, you kind of pull the tendrils of your power and awareness around you and try and force them in to break the structure of the magic in this shrine. You can kind of feel it pushing the structure, resisting you. So yeah, let's see, 23. But your suspicion that this is a fiendish construct, your power from having marched in here as confidently and as stalwartly as your group has, allow you to easily overwhelm it, and you actually hear a faint kind of shuddering vibration emanate out through the stone. And a sudden crack suddenly runs up the center of the shrine, which shifts slightly, and 2 of the gems fall free of their settings, tinkling to the floor. And there's a slight kind of emanation of power, and then a vague pressure that you almost weren't even aware of in the room is suddenly lifted. And you know that the evil presence has gone.
He'll scoop up the 2 gems. Stay there for a minute or so. Just kind of staring at it, thinking about things. And then, unless anything happens in that time, he'll walk through the
Perception
door.
check.
Perception check, yeah. I turn around and there's a giant demon in front of me.
Sup?
Hey.
We've been trying to reach you about your car's warranty.
No!
No. Yeah, you feel the absence of the emanations that it was previously giving off, but nothing else seems to happen as you stand watch.
Yeah. Then he'll head back down the hallway into that spot kind of in between the furnaces and just kind of sit there and draw some symbols on the ground and just meditate.
The body.
Yeah. He's tossed aside.
Okay. You're able to do that with no problem. Shifting back up to the rest of the group. Boosh. Nyx, took you about 20 minutes, 25, to go off, gather up all the mounts, and you now return with all of them in tow, Valco trotting along behind you, happily munching on the jerky piece that you gave him.
Good boy. Yeah, I will bring the horses and Valco over to, I guess, where Sunshine is.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I kind of let Valco go. No, I probably shouldn't let him wander.
Wander.
Right.
Shut up, Cole.
If he's anything like Wander, he'll go bust down a door or something.
Literally no idea what you're talking about.
But he will swing off horse and pull out the long bow and the arrows that go with it.
Okay.
Lauren would have just been sitting beside. There's a wall. There's a wall. Yeah, Lauren would have just been sitting behind or beside Sunshine. I was like, well, that took you long enough. You want to learn how to use that thing?
Yeah, I'd like to do that.
Good, a resolute answer. You're fucking improving. Can we say in the time he was gone, he would have fashioned basically using
Like
his
archery
sword.
targets?
I'm sorry?
Like archery targets kind of thing? Or...
Yep, he was fashioning one of those into a target. He would have even traced a very uneven circle into it with his sword, and he would have drilled a hole small enough to fit a torch kind of tightly into the center of it.
Okay.
All right. And he would just say, well, come with me. Best places to train or for that sort of shit, or, well, with a... Oh, this is something he's carrying. He fucking hacked that shit in half.
Yeah, it's smaller.
Yeah, with not so pristine environment. And I swear to Christ, I was doing this before you guys said that shit. he is going to take him downstairs. And his plan was to line that up all the way at the far wall next to that fucking room, so that Nyx could practice next to Wander.
Okay.
I didn't mess with Tyler. I was like, I was gonna bring Nyx down there.
You did say that.
I will say, Nyx probably, when you start heading back inside, will like hesitate and just say, "Can I stay outside and do it?"
If that's your preference, I was just trying to give you dim light.
Yeah, I think it might be good starting off for me to have bright light.
It helps focus your senses, but if that's what your preference is, fine, do it, pussy. Instead, let's see the layout. Yeah, he'll set it up over here, along this wall. And to start off, he'll just have you, about where you are. Push the fucking direwolf to the side. Literally with his foot, and just look at Valka like, I'm sorry, buddy, don't look. And then...
You've noticed, actually, Valka doesn't seem perturbed by the presence of other dead wolves.
Hell yeah, he's becoming territorial. I like it. And yeah, he will attempt to instruct you with the use of a longbow, being that the drawback is obviously much fucking heavier. And basically, what he'll do is, for the first, he's not going to have you load an arrow. For the first 5 draws or so, he is actually going to help you. Like, he will help you pull back the bowstring while holding both sides.
Like the clay scene in Ghost?
Shut up. Yes.
Like any teen romantic movie? Okay.
I am eating this shit up.
If you make a joke, he's going to strangle you with the bowstring.
That would hurt so bad.
It would. It's really
Crush
funny.
me,
You would
Daddy.
die.
I feel like I've already stated this is a thing.
Yeah, for the first 5 or so draws, he'll help you do that, and then he will just be like, all right, hold it, and he'll let go entirely.
Oh, do I need to make like a a check, or I guess I do have pretty good that wouldn't be athletics.
It would be strength. So yeah, go ahead and give me like just a kind of a strength check to see. It's definitely a lot tougher than you're used to. You can't quite get it to full draw, but with sufficient training, you believe that you could get there. It's, you kind of, like every now and again, you kind of feel that it's more like about the stance that you're using and just your unfamiliarity with this bow and your lack of kind of training with it. Given what you know about like the way that your muscles move when you draw your short bow and things like that, you get the impression that it's more about practice and getting your body used to it rather than any kind of personal limitation that is behind the issue that you're having.
Oh, good. I know about rigorously training my body. Let's go.
He's gonna be like, well, I was gonna have you hold it for 10 seconds, but it doesn't even seem like you could hold it for 5. So with your non-dominant hand, you just want to push out, lock out the arm with your bowstring hand, I suppose. You want to pull straight back, elbow to the rear. You're using a lot of your, surprisingly, your shoulder and your forearm strength. And he will, after seeing you miserably fail on the first one, he will try to attempt to help you with varying degrees of assistance. for about 10, and then he'll have you try to actually loose a couple of arrows. And if he has to, he will move you fucking closer. Yeah, that'll be going on real well.
Yes. I like
yeah,
it.
So, yeah, as I said, and he's not doing he's certainly not the worst pupil you've ever worked with. Your familiarity with the basic training regimen, you've seen definitely people who are a lot less comfortable around weapons than your current pupil. He just obviously is used to something that is a little lighter and faster in terms of its intended use.
Yeah, of course.
But-
There's a reason it's heavy.
But yeah, so the two of you are out there working away at your improvised target. Uther, Naira, at this point, it's been, you guys have finished your conversation, had some time, a few moments, minutes, in fact, to kind of process the previous conversation and move forward. Is there anything that you guys are going to want to do? Or are we fading to black?
I'm in a storage room.
There have been worse places.
Honestly, probably better than some of the rooms that have beds.
I'm probably gonna actually come out and try and find Valco at some point.
Okay.
Although there will probably be jokes. Oh no, they didn't watch us wander in there by ourselves, so nope. No jokes.
And actually, before we get to the next scene, I've just got to nip to the restroom again, so I'll be right back. We can have a discussion about what exactly you guys want to do next, and I will return momentarily. Unless, would people like to take a slightly longer break and everybody can get refills and stuff right now? It is,
Sure.
We've been playing for a few hours now, so this might be a good time. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So we'll take a quick 5-minute break, and return when we return.
Farewell.
Yeah. Goodbye.
Goodbye. I can't do that, Dave.
Yeah, it was a weird reverse moment with that door in the cave. It was a weird. Hal was not allowed to open the door. Hal really wanted to open the door.
I mean, you can head down the other hallway and take a little bit of damage. I was going to have him go down there and shoot at it with a fucking torch as a target, and then fucking cut off the torch, and then have him shoot in dim light to get him used to that shit. It's like, I'm gonna break a door down. I was like, oh fuck, now I kind of don't want to go down there.
Yeah. Well, also, I feel like Nyx is like, outside is my happy place. Let me be in my happy place for just a tiny little bit. A little bit of time. No, the whole time Wander was down there, I was just like, he's watched us do it. He's learned it from us.
Yeah, he has. When he looked up at the ceiling, he was just like, they did it to me.
Yep.
But on the bright side, that means I don't have to prepare ceremony tomorrow. Let's go.
Hey, yo. Aren't you so glad someone, talked you into freaking dispel magic?
Yeah, I am.
Are you also the one who taught Christine how to take...
Did you convince 2 people to take dispel magic?
Oh, did she take it too?
No, out of taking, what was it? That one spell that...
No, that was Uther. They had a conversation when she, I think, after the Calcifer stuff, she was like, oh, he taught me this spell. Do you think I should use it? And Uther was like, probably better not.
And watched Lorem get double nat 20. I was like, oh, shit.
Absolutely destroyed.
No, we killed him.
Yeah, well...
We literally 2-shot him.
Look, sometimes you can get destroyed without dying. It's happened to me several times.
Look,
with
every
a hag
time...
phasing away from you.
Look, man, she could only run so far. I was hasted.
Every time I roll a stealth check, I get defeated, so it's all good.
That is literally the worst on a rogue. Failing
how
a
I-
stealth or a sleight of hands.
That's how I feel with perception.
Right? It's like this is my thing. This is what I do. I guess not.
Yeah.
I will never forget Eowyn getting a 23 off of a nat 1 because of guidance and bullshittery.
That is always fun. Like, I mean, even on those rolls where I roll really low, I still have decent, like, numbers, but it's just like, it could have been so much higher. But it's probably to make up for the fact that I roll pretty well on damage.
You really do. You really, really fucking do. I'm scared of what's going to happen when you hit level 7 and you get that 4th die.
Ooh,
Mm-hmm.
thank you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, but what's going to be fun is if Naira starts taking any more rogue, we're going to have like double... I mean, we already have double sneak attack, but just imagine the two of us just like unloading on a field of people.
We have so many extra die, like Smite, Sneak Attack, and Hex, and then fucking Wander just walking up and touching people and killing them with necrotic shit.
I'm sorry, not a killing, exploding.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Just fucking
Wander
force
has
palming
never
an
killed
ogre.
anyone. Wander is not a killer. He has never killed anyone.
Wander's not here right now.
I want to think that Wander actually has never landed the killing blow on anything, but I'm pretty sure he did with necrotic touch, so I can't say that.
He has many, many times killed people.
But it's only if you consider them people, right?
Yeah, I was about to say, they're not people, they're targets.
At least you have, yeah. At least maybe I should string up some fucking goblin bodies to that fucking board. Maybe Nyx will do better. Kidding.
Really wish Nix would have came down and talked. That would have been an interesting conversation.
It's like at least you're not super
Yeah.
demonic with heat metal.
Well,
Yet.
I'm like,
Well,
wow, that guy has a prosthetic leg? Oh,
you've killed a lot of the things that were wearing heavy plates. Like, that ogre chief was gonna cry. I was gonna be like, alright, cool. You have disadvantage on everything you do.
Is this character wearing glasses? Heat metal.
Oh.
Have
Now what-
disadvantage on all your attacks.
Now we need to find a way to give Wander and Uther mobility.
Haste.
Let me get level 9. I'll haste everyone.
Why do you think Wander gave you Lorium a ring? It's so he could burn his finger off.
Oh yeah, you're right. He still does have it. Didn't you lose the other ring?
No, I gave the other one to Hamish.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
Do
not
you think-
lost.
And then you
Do you-
just kept it.
Do you think every once in a while, like, Hamish puts on the ring and just like a point of damage comes through?
It's funny
I would
because now
like that.
I also have that spell in my list. So I'm just going to use it and make Hamish take damage.
So mean.
Well, it's only mean if they know that you're doing it.
I think Wander's
Otherwise-
taking the damage.
What was that? What was that called? What was that?
I think Wander's taking the damage. Meanwhile, a child is dying. Okay.
Meanwhile, a child is dying. D&D in a nutshell.
Oh.
Oh, no.
It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good.
Oh.
Oh, but like, I'm really intrigued about this maw thing. Whatever that is.
It's Big
Could be a
Mouth.
lot of
right?
things.
It's a Cheshire cat.
I'm also wondering, because it seems like everybody's backstory has like popped up a little bit, and I'm just waiting for Lorium's to just like run us over.
Oh no, his will literally kill you, so I'm hoping that never comes up.
Perfect.
The thing about the thing he's looking for, it might just ignore everybody, but if it doesn't, it will straight up kill everyone.
Hell yeah.
Cool, cool. Is that why you're taking the time to train me?
Mm,
so I can be used as cannon fodder.
that's a mix of reasons, but yeah.
Knew that they had a preset kill, so I threw wave after wave of my own men at them.
What is it? With a wave of my finger and a... Fuck, I can't remember that stupid quote.
That's a weird quote.
No, with a wave of my finger and a swish of my dick, my lightning will kill you quick. It's like, what? It was from It was from Spider-Man.
Are you doing the Green Goblin one? Where?
Yeah. No, it's not the Green Goblin.
it
It's the other
was-
guy.
What was the?
Ah, yes, the other guy.
It's the lightning guy from Spider-Man.
Oh, Electro?
Electro, yes. It was the cartoon variant, and somebody dubbed over it. He's like, with a wave of my finger and a swish of my dick. One shot from me will kill you quick.
People have too much time on their hands.
Like,
Hey,
I'm usually a proponent of the internet because that's like how I met all of y'all. But man, sometimes.
look, man, live by the rule of funny. If it's funny, and then accept it.
Just FYI, I haven't paused the recording at all.
Good.
The thirst
Children have
rangers,
TikTok
right?
nowadays. Yes, that one.
I forgot the other half of it.
Anyway, before you reprobates get any further off track, what are we doing in character next? So yeah, Uther and Naira, you guys emerge from your from the storage room. Out here,
Our
you can
closet of
hear
romance.
you can hear the sounds of Nyx being instructed in the finer points of longbow usage. As you both emerge, Valko trots up from the horses, greeting you, Uther, and then somewhat more enthusiastically running up to greet you, Naira, bouncing around and kind of shoving himself into you as dogs and canines are wont to do. Greeting you very enthusiastically after not having seen you for several hours.
Who's a good boy? My real
Oh
dog
my
said,
Then he
God,
kind
come
of
over.
like sort of looks at one of the goblins, kind of like looks up at you, and just like,
I can has.
It's for me?
Go to town, buddy.
that's going to keep him busy for some time. How about the rest of you?
Yeah, Lorium's still trying to get his form down because he is very aware that once you get past the strength bit, it just becomes muscle memory, and that's when the dexterity kicks in, which is why he sucks with longbows. Actually, you know what? He'll probably do a couple of tests. It'd be...
Firings himself.
he does okay.
So bad. But yeah, so it's probably getting on toward noon at this point. You've had a little bit of time to, to yourselves to retrieve the horses and everything like that, and this has taken a little bit of time. But what's next on the agenda? Are there any other conversations that you guys are wanting to have, or?
Naira's going to sort of call out to Lorium and say, when you're done there, rematch?
Oh, I see what you're doing. You want a rematch now that I'm tapped out? Yeah, sure. Fuck it.
I mean, there is a sound strategy in that, I think.
But yeah, he's down. He, as far as he's concerned, and as far as he's aware, and what he's told you, he assumes that we're literally just spending the day here and then attempting to proceed with that tomorrow when we're all topped up.
That is the same general assumption that Naira has, so.
Ah, okay.
Because I don't know what to
Okay,
do about
well-
that scary magic. And later
Well,
we're going to find out
I-
that Wander has gone down there and just bludgeoned it.
Yep.
Right now. We're going to get down
When
there
You
and
mean
find parts of Wander everywhere.
you mean someone of the party is gonna go into a that's insane. That
Into a
would
place that
never
they said they wouldn't
happen.
do?
Yeah, what? No, never.
when Naira issues that challenge, Nyx will go over and tie his longbow back up, and he will actually go inside and head down to Wander.
Naira will
Okay.
shoot a meaningful look at Uther, like I told you so. But other than that,
Okay. So yeah, Nyx, you're able to head on down. You find Wander in his accustomed spot in the center of the room. Go ahead and give me a perception check.
Oh, okay.
This would be
You
when you
do
roll.
notice down the hall to your right in that room below ground, the shattered remnants of the door that you know your sister locked.
um. Okay, yeah, I think I'm gonna do this. He'll look at the door, and then look at Wander, and then just say, he'll say, "Well, I'll keep your secret if you'll keep mine." And he pulls out the lead-lined box that he took from the saddlebags earlier.
He just turns and looks up at you, or I guess looks to you.
I don't know if this is gonna work, so you might actually want to go into the room next door. Wander.
What?
And he's gonna open up the box and pull out one of the shards and look towards the furnace in front of him.
He'll just kind of follow your gaze and just say, "I will stay."
Oh, no, I mean, I'm about to get back to, Naira said there's a chance that this could go like boom.
Oh. Okay. And he'll stand up, kind of move around you. Move this way. About right there. Just wait and watch.
Nyx is going to take the shard and toss it into the furnace and then take off down the hallway and just like peek around the corner and see what happens.
You hurl the shard in. There is a moment of like just disturbance among the flame, just from the initial throw, and then a few moments pass. There appears to be no reaction. A few more moments pass. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. Are you going to do anything?
Yes. I will walk back. Does it look like it's form is changing shape, or like is it melting or anything, or is it just like staying?
It is just sitting there in the coals at the moment. Like it's kind of hard to tell really because it's like there's this blast of heat and light, and it's just kind of sitting there. There's no obvious change yet. But I mean, it it has only been 30 seconds.
Yeah, I think that he will give it 5 minutes,
Okay.
and if there is no change, he'll get it out of the coals.
It sits nestled in the glowing heart of this furnace. You see actually that though it's still being fed with coal, or though it was very recently still fed with coal, and so is still burning fairly bright and fiercely. It's still not burning anywhere near as fiercely as it was when you guys first arrived. Um, the heat and the light in the room have actually died down a little, and die down even a little more as you're watching. And there's no change from the metal itself.
Okay, then he'll get it out and like I guess take like his dagger or something and get it out and let the stone like give it time to cool.
Give me a intelligence check, I guess, would be the most.
Yes, I'm very good at these.
See?
Um, 18 is actually enough. Furnaces, especially smelters, that like this, they are things that need to be worked in order to be effective. They need to be continuously fed coal. There are bellows that need to be worked to keep oxygen and everything going through. And so like it's this could potentially work, but these furnaces are not nearly as hot as they could potentially be.
Right. I'm kind of realizing that he will get the stone out of the heat and he will give it time to cool, and once it's cooled he'll put it back in the lead box and close it and put it back in his backpack. And did Wander want to say anything to Nyx?
Probably while you were, or I suppose we were waiting for our imminent explosive death. He would have said, "Would you tell me something?"
Sure.
Why does Murdoch make you uncomfortable?
Nyx takes a second. And he just says, I know he took my sister and I in, and he gave us a better life than we could have had. But his life hasn't been hard. And from what I've been able to tell from people like him, people like my sister and I, we don't matter to those people unless we can get them something, unless we can be useful in some way.
Wander will kind of nod and then say, "Would you describe him for me?"
Why do you need to know what he looks like, Wander?
I am curious. And I'm gonna go ahead and, just for your own sake, I'll give you is it? Still never roll this. 1. I'm so glad that Wander's a terrible liar.
Right? Nyx will just look at you and say, I mean, I've been around him, I know him, but if you really want to know stuff about Murdoch, you should ask my sister.
His shoulders kind of fall a little, and he looks down to the ground and he says, "I will." Then goes back to waiting.
While
And
that is
scene.
While that is happening underground, we return to the Thunderdome.
I need to flip a coin to see if I do a thing.
You would have noticed, by the way, when you issued a challenge to Lorium again, Sunshine walked up next to him and just snorted in your general direction.
Oh goodness. Okay. Yeah. So she will acknowledge Sunshine, and she will say, "Everything's friendly here," and she will sort of she will take off her jacket, and actually sort of drape it over her arm and ask Uther if he would mind holding it for her. And while she does that, she will take the shards that she has pocketed and ask for him to secure them.
Certainly. As he takes the shards.
And then she will basically say, "Oh, I have Valco coming with me." So I assume Valco's looking at Sunshine like, "You're big and scary, but that's my human." Well, not a human.
A little bit, yeah. He's kind of the Valkyrie's just like, I mean, are we doing this? Like, I'm into it if you are, but they're way bigger than both of us.
And then she will stand probably a good distance away, 25 to 30 feet, somewhere in there.
Why are you starting at a distance? Get up close.
Because she has learned a couple of valuable lessons, man. And then she will pull out her rapier. And she doesn't have her hand crossbow out yet. But it is at the ready. You can tell that she's like strapped it to her hip in a way that she can easily grab at it.
Okay.
and she will get into a sort of challenging posture, very formal, and she will say on guard.
Guess I'll just pull out the shield and sword. How much effort do you want?
Don't hold back. Nobody
Well, I
else.
kind of have to at this point. He says that, meaning that he is indeed tapped. But once you say that, he will place a hand to his chest, and it will inflame. I said chest.
Place a hand to his chest.
Place a hand to his chest. And he will heal for 8.
And then she will actually ask before things get started. She will say, how much will it hurt if I use my crossbow?
A bit.
Will you mind?
I don't care.
Wonderful.
But
And she
do
will
know
pull it out,
that-
and she will shoot at him.
Oh, we're starting. I was going to roll for
Okay.
initiative. I was going to roll for
well-
initiative. Okay.
So we'll resolve that attack and then roll for initiative. So first of all, roll your attack with your hand crossbow.
Well, luckily I can't be surprised. Otherwise, I would hurt it. As he just raises his shield and ding!
And roll for initiative.
It's like, all right, motherfucker. He can't, because there's
I
no
can't.
combat.
Yeah.
Oh, So
Start
go for it now.
combat,
You should be
Sky
able to
Daddy.
now.
Oh,
Well.
crap.
Well,
Uh-oh.
And I will remind you, defensive posture.
and he'll say, because he was going to suggest this before you fucking shot an arrow at him, you might want to get Valko in on this, as Sunshine will come around to the back.
No.
But she's not going to hit you yet. She's just standing there to the side menacingly, and he will shoot forward.
Can't believe you bring your horse into this.
He was going to suggest it at the start, and then you hit him. Because he knows how you fight, and you disengage. So
I did.
Oof, those both hit. Wow. 27 points of damage.
That hurt.
it is with the flat of the blade, though.
Yeah, subdual.
He's breaking ribs, but he's not going to stab you.
I will actually say, since you're attacking subdual, that normally would mean that you are attacking with disadvantage.
That is
so-
perfectly fine to me.
yeah,
I will. So
reroll those attacks as just straight rolls.
okay, you want me to reroll both?
Yeah, because you roll both with it. Oh, I mean, you can either reroll both, or we can just take the 19 and the 11, or the 10 and the 16 rather from your first roll as your two different rolls.
Okay, no, it's fine. He'll reroll both. So, yep. Okay, well, they both hit.
That's fine.
A 25 and a 26.
That hurt. And she will disengage. And I need to see exactly how far I can move here.
Once you get away from him, he's going to decide how much of a dick he wants to be. Yep.
Yep. And she's going to.
Whee!
You give Valko any command?
No, she's not going to
Okay.
get Valko involved. But
He wants you to get Valko involved.
I am aware, but Valko is a tiny puppy in her mind.
You don't think he's going to go full force on that? Actually, you know what? Roll an insight check, because he's looking at Valko with his hand up, his shield arm up raised. It's just gonna potion.
Mhm.
Great use of the greater healing. That's actually
That
really
really-
cool.
Fully helpless.
Yeah, just roll an insight check.
Watch me crit fail.
You think he's going to smack the shit out of Valko if he gets close?
So she will, in fact, on that, she will make sure to call out to Valko that he should. Hold on, I have a list of commands here. Wait.
Okay. He's looking very eager, as if he understands, like he's familiar with this sort of interaction. But at your command, he sort of restrains himself and shuffles over next to Uther.
Is that your turn?
Yes, that is my turn.
All right. He'll dash over here. He's not going to start taking out his range shit yet. But Sunshine is going to walk up next to him at a trot.
How tall is this a tree that I'm at? Sorry.
Yeah, you're currently behind a tree.
Cool. I am going to. How tall is this tree? I should have asked which one was the tallest, but.
That one isn't very. It's not very large, but it's probably about 26 feet tall in total. So it's pretty big, but not huge.
She is going to launch herself up the tree, 20 feet, and then she's going to fire at him.
Roll your
Okay.
attack.
Because I have a question for that tree. How thick is it?
Well, first of all, 15 unfortunately misses.
Yeah, he is hard to hit.
Just a bit.
You do still have your bonus if you like.
You do?
I don't have any bonus. Well, I don't have.
No. If you hand crossbow, you can shoot again as a bonus.
Oh yeah, I can. So let's try
Yeah.
that. Fuck it, I might crit.
You might roll higher than a 10.
He was also telling you to get Valko involved for sneak attack. Just saying. That just barely misses.
So my aim
Damn
is getting
paladins.
better. My aim is getting better, is what I'm hearing.
Your aim is getting better. It's skidding off the shield instead of straight in the middle of it.
So, in response to your question, Lorian, the tree is, I mean, it's a fairly stout thing. It's 26 feet tall, so like it's pretty sturdy. But you know, I mean, you've knocked down sturdier things in your life.
Oh no. Uther, you might want to give your girl here some motivation. As he is going to walk up to the tree, and knowing full well that he could just climb on top of Sunshine and hit you with a glaive, instead he is going to smack the tree with 2 hits from the sword.
Okay.
Hee. Da-da. Da-da.
Yeah, both of those are able to do damage.
Okay. I'm sorry, tree. Why am I rolling so good on this shit?
You hack in deep, like taking out this great chunk from, or like these great gashes in each side. The tree sways in response to your blows. It is still up.
I was gonna say, because all he was doing was setting up a good chopping in for the tree so that Sunshine can kick it from the other side.
Okay.
It's actually kind of brilliant.
Isn't it though? Oh.
Can I use that acrobatics check to make sure that I fall?
Aw.
Oh, yes. Sunshine, you're a good girl.
Yeah, Sunshine kicks back, but her hooves just kind of skid off the rough bark. They don't seem to actually have any real impact on it. The tree is swaying wildly underneath you, Naira. But yeah, so with that acrobatics as a reaction, you can either stay in the tree with that acrobatics, or you can land without penalty, so without taking fall damage, anywhere within 5 feet of where you are now, as it just kind of sways wildly and tries to throw you out.
I'm gonna stay in the tree.
Okay, your
But
turn.
that's his turn.
And I am just going to fire 2 more shots from the crossbow. And I will say, I have now lasted 3 rounds longer than I did last time. Oh!
Oh, she hits!
Yup. Bing. Oh no, I did it to her. Oh, you hit twice.
I did.
Hold on.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Oh wow, minimum damage both times.
Both times.
Why am I rolling max and you're rolling minimum? This is bullshit.
I'm not trying to hurt you.
Lauren thinks you are. Second verse, same as the first.
Fail.
He's gonna say, "Come on, girl, you can get it." As he takes
Yeah, that hits.
one swing at the tree, and then Sunshine at the same time, regardless of it, is going to fucking kick it yet again, or attempt to.
Uh-oh.
She said, "Oh."
Nakara's about to fall out of this tree.
That
Up.
hit.
Yeah. As he steps to the side.
I assume I land there.
Yes, both of you, please, actually give me dexterity saving throws.
Happily.
Different DCs, but both needed. So, Lorian, you step to the side as Sunshine's thunderous kick sends this tree crashing toward you. You're able to get mostly out of the way, but it does kind of crack. One of the heavier bows does crack into your shoulder as it passes, dealing 6 damage. Naira, what did you get? 15. So you are able to roll kind of mostly clear, but you, for your part, will also take 4 points of bludgeoning damage, just as the kind of the impact with the ground and the explosion of like splinters and the like from the impact.
I still had a second hit.
Yes, you did. With disadvantage if you're still attacking subdual, or
Yep,
if you're not, then
yep.
just straight roll.
No.
Yep, you're good.
So
You're good.
This is bullshit.
13 points of subdual.
Can we just take like 2 points off of subdue damage?
Naira, your go.
So Naira is, since she stood there for just a second,
That is true.
I think that's the right spot.
Yeah.
She's using all the fucking spell slots now.
I've got them. Might as well.
This is where your hungry horde come in now.
Okay.
Oh, that's your turn? Whee! There. The move. Thank you for marking it for me. And then she'll just trot up alongside him. And you notice, besides like the joking, like you can do better than that, he you as well notice he doesn't say anything to her. She just looks with his eye and she follows. That's his turn.
Then
Okay.
Waiting for you to just shatter both of them.
no. For several reasons. Although I am considering a thing. See, but you're already at disadvantage. And I would notice that he was not going.
Yeah, he's specifically striking you with the flat of the blade. So though, you're definitely going to have it's definitely leaving marks, and you're going to feel it in the morning. It's not actually like he's not actually opening up veins or anything.
And every time it hits like the bottom of initiative order, because I'm essentially taking like a nat 1,
Mhm.
I just am like following it like a referee, like keeping enough distance back. I can duck out of the way of things, but
Glorium's
continuing to
also kind of
walk
hoping
around
that
the
Valko is
battlefield.
watching what Sunshine is doing and hopes that maybe he can imitate it in the future.
I don't think that hits.
Miss.
You can hit again.
I can. I'm just making sure.
Make another insight check after that attack, by the way. God damn.
The rolls are not in your favor.
That's actually enough. You can kind of tell that the reason Sunshine is walking up and not hitting you is more along the lines of maybe he'll hop on it if you get too far away.
Yeah, I know.
I know you can picture that yourself.
We'll have a post-mortem. That seems fair, yes.
Possibly literally.
Yep.
Yep. Whee! And she'll just trot up along beside him. Like, and he's sort of jokingly like, well, that's the way you want to go now. And he'll point down here.
Actually, she'll say,
Just stick him, just do it. Just...
I've already lost.
Yes!
26!
There it is!
Damn!
That just misses.
Damn it. And then she will hold her ground. Actually, no, she's not an idiot, so she will back up. Taking that attack of opportunity.
I was about to say.
I'm aware.
Okay.
I didn't ever expect to win this.
Okay, so with disadvantage on the
yes.
attack. Yep.
There you go.
Miss. But now your go.
Mm-hmm. She only moved 30, so yeah. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. And seeing that... Oh!
Oh my goodness!
I know, right? There you go! As he swings wildly.
I really love the idea that she managed to like knock that out of your hand.
I am totally up for a what's it? A penalty?
A crit fumble?
Especially like maybe Maybe roll for like acrobatics.
No, both of you, give me one more opposed attack roll. Basically, like
Opposed attack
fencing roll. Yeah, an opposed attack roll as you guys are kind of fencing backward and forward to see if you're able to capitalize on his mistake.
Can she have advantage for the crit fumble?
We
Oh,
tied.
it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. You met the DC. Yeah, he comes in like swinging somewhat awkwardly because the edge alignment isn't what he's used to. You're able to spot a weakness in his form and twist your blade around his, and chink! Shockingly, you feel the hilt slip out of your grasp, Lorian.
He just looks up at you and is like, cheeky. I like it. That's his go.
She's gonna pick it up.
You gotta pick up his longsword?
Yep.
Alright.
What are you getting rid of? So you need to drop either your rapier or your hand crossbow in order
I believe technically she can sheathe one weapon, not drop it as a free action.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so, and then use your move to pick up his? Yeah, that's absolutely fine.
Yep.
Are you gonna hit me with it?
Yeah. She's not gonna be good at it. Wait, no, it's a longsword. I don't think she's even. proficient.
Yeah, you'd be attacking with disadvantage.
No, she's not going to, but she is going to hold on to it. She is sort of delighted with her trophy.
Are you doing action, bonus action?
I don't think I can. Since I used my move action to pick it up.
You could use your action to dash if you wanted to move, or you could like stab with it.
Yes,
or
I
just,
would.
Yeah.
I can dash. Perfect.
Yes.
I gotta see exactly how far I can move here. Boom. To the tree. See ya.
Bye.
Let's see. Work. Okay. The move right here. And then pull out 2 javelins.
Can you even do subdual damage with javelins?
What?
You're gonna pierce me. You're going to literally pin me.
You can aim for non-lethal areas. So if you wanted to attack with disadvantage, like you could still say it's subdual.
Oh yeah, it is subdued, but he's attacking with disadvantage anyway because it's right outside of the 30-foot range.
Okay, yeah.
Miss.
That misses now.
Yep, that cloak
12.
coming in clutch.
So
yeah, these massive javelins sticking like inches into the tree on either side of you.
he'll just say good form. And that's his turn.
And I think at this point, Naira is going to switch the grip on the weapon as if she is sort of holding the hilt back out to him, and she says, draw?
He'll chuckle a bit, and then he points to his glaive and just shakes his head.
Then she will step forward, take a couple of shots at you.
I like how you're like, you're doing piercing damage. You're going to just pin her to a tree. Well, meanwhile, you're just pelting him with
Pew, 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 pew.
Yeah, but I don't think it's you. And then she will.
Well, at least you're not losing any of your bolts because they're all getting embedded into the shield.
Yeah. just looking somewhat hedgehog-like in appearance.
Is that where you go?
That's where I go.
Okay. As he comes trotting along beside you. And while he does so, he does take the glaive out. Yep, he does a little flourish. He holds it a bit higher than he should be.
How long is that glaive, by the way?
10 feet.
Got 10-foot reach, yeah.
And how tall are you?
6'4".
Okay. That's important information to know. Of the trees that are around me, which one's the tallest and with the thickest fucking trunks?
This one, the largest tree here is definitely the thickest and tallest. That one's probably a little over 30 feet. On the tallest branches that could properly support you. And yeah, it's a stout trunk. Like, it would take some work to get this one down.
Yep. So she's going to dash. And,
Okay.
Get up the tree.
How high up the tree does she get?
I can get 20 feet up the tree. Actually, I can get.
So you
Because I
used
dashed.
15 feet of movement to get there, so you'd have half your movement when you got there. So you could get 10 feet up as part of your move action, and then with the dash, yeah, you could actually get the full 30 feet up. So you're right up the top of the crown of the tree. From where you are, you will have cover from each other. So because there's just so many branches and the like between you and the ground, if you were to try and shoot down at him, he would have cover from you. And equally, if he wanted to try and attack you in any way, unless he got up in your face somehow, you would have cover from him.
Somehow.
And then she'll just be like, "Are you sure you don't want to draw?"
Yeah, I'm sure. You're 20 feet up, right?
30.
30.
30 feet up. Okay. Well, they would walk over together, and he would hop up on the saddle and shoot. You said it's a thick trunk, right?
It is a very thick trunk, yes.
Good. Very wide base. Have you ever seen a horse jump up on a fence? It exists. It happens. She's going to jump up onto the tree. No, not into it, but she's like front hooves onto it.
Oh, okay. So like rearing up against it.
Yep, and he's gonna step ladder onto the shoulders.
Give me an acrobatics check for Lorium.
Can it be athletics?
Please, Fawn.
Uh,
No, that's
this
gotta
is
be
practice.
acrobatics.
No, yeah, that is definitely acrobatics, but I'll
Well,
say because Sunshine is assisting you, you don't roll with disadvantage from your heavy armor.
Okay. 6.
No, as you kind of step up, it's very awkward, and you kind of slip back down a little. You don't take fall damage, and you're able to kind of land on your feet because you didn't completely fail. But no, you're not able to use her to get a boost at all.
Okay. In that case, he'll just still have the glaive, and he'll just look over to Sunshine, and they'll both nod at each other in a very cartoony fashion, like fucking Tangled Horse, but... And then he and Sunshine... Huh? Yes. And then he and her, at the same time, are going to attempt to shake you out. So, bum.
Hit.
Bum. I'm so sorry, Tree.
Okay. So yeah, this is a thick, sturdy trunk, and your blows are kind of chipping away at it, and it is swaying slightly. So Naira, do go and give me a acrobatics check just to kind of stay in place. You're fine. Yeah, the tree has taken damage, but you've got some work to do before it's really going to be in danger of falling.
Okay. That's
Naira,
good.
you go.
Naira is going to.
I will have you know he still has his channel of divinity.
She is going to call down at you and say, "Oh, diddums."
He's gonna stop attacking with a disadvantage in a minute. Give me a saving throw. DC 14 Wisdom.
Oh, for me? Oh, what is
Yeah.
it? Oh, vicious mockery!
He's got viciously mocked.
Hey, but he's fine.
You made it.
Okay, well, now that she taunted him, I have to look at a few things.
P.S. This fight has lasted way longer than I thought it would. And, if anybody else wants to do anything, we can pause and come back.
Oh.
How many
Okay.
rounds has it been?
It's actually been a few. It's been like 4 or 5.
At least 5 rounds, I think. I think this is round 6 that we're in now.
So just going on a minute ish.
About half a minute or so at this point.
So I'm just letting you know he could do something a lot worse with this, like fueling a spell slot. But yeah, he's just gonna do that.
Oh goodness, wisdom.
Make a wisdom saving throw as
This is not gonna go well.
he just stops, plants his feet, and just stares up at you. Depending on the roll, I'll describe what you see. Yep.
Oh.
So you just see in his eyes, in his eye, the single purple flame just blaze, and then basically the world around you goes dark.
What
And you just
finished?
focusing on this single horned devil in front of you.
All right.
Not actually a horned devil, that'd be a way scarier. As one last time, she will attempt to shake you out.
Hits, roll damage. Ooh,
Woo!
okay. Nara, go ahead and roll me a acrobatics check.
Am I at disadvantage for being frightened?
You have no,
yeah, you are.
and no
or you-
bonus to speed. You can't move. Yeah,
So I think.
but I
One
don't know if you'd have
second.
disadvantage on that.
I think that's just a call for the DM.
Yeah, hang on. Let me just check.
You have never seen him use this.
No, I haven't.
Yeah, it is an ability check, so you would have disadvantage.
Oh no.
And she loses her glasses!
You come tumbling down, and land in the dirt, and yep, glasses.
How much damage do I take?
Well, you have feline shit.
Yeah, that's why it's only 2d6 rather than 3d6. You take 7 points of damage as you kind of bounce from branch to branch a little and then thud. As the world around you has kind of faded a little bit like hell in the Constantine movie. But it's wreathed in this purple trailing flame all around, except for this bright pinpoint burning in his eye.
Technically, I get a second acrobatics check to see if I land.
On your feet?
Land prone or not, that's true.
I don't think I do. So yeah, I land hard on the ground.
But you're not frightened anymore.
Am I
Yeah, you're not. You take damage.
Oh, good. Okay. Well, yeah.
Well-
Because that means that I'm not frightened anymore. No, I assume that I land just hard on my back and I just have all the wind knocked out of me, so I'm just gasping for air.
Yep.
Yep, pretty much.
But he will
and your
just-
glasses laying on the floor beside you.
Smashed, I assume.
Not in the best of shape, no.
But oh wait, you know what? I'm not sure. I guess that is both of the effects, the frightened and the speed. But yeah, he will just walk up and place the blunt end of the glaive, like to your chest, and just say, "Draw."
I yield.
Good fight though. So he'll just do a small little flourish and just place it on his back, like a halo weapon. It just sticks.
Quick. Got a Captain America arm magnet.
And he'll hold out a hand and help you up, and then try to find where your glasses landed.
Yeah, with you're able to find them for her fairly easily and hand them over. One of the lenses does have a fairly significant crack running through it, but they are otherwise relatively intact.
You can mend that, otherwise I'd feel bad.
She is able to mend it just fine.
Bing.
And he'll just like sort of slap you on the shoulder gently and just say, "Your fucking prowess with that rapier is something else. Now give me back my fucking sword."
And she's already sort of handing it out to you. And she'll be like, "Thank you. I think next time I'll stand a better chance."
I mean, it was definitely an improvement. Next time, maybe Valco can help you and he can get some training in too.
No.
I will say,
I don't want you to hurt my dog.
I wasn't gonna hit him. I would just shoo him away.
I might take
You-
that personally.
If one more hit went through and you would sneak attack from Valco, you actually probably would have downed him.
Interesting. She doesn't rely on her sneak attack yet, but it will come.
That was like 45 seconds of glory.
Yeah, that was intense. Now, with the sparring duel, I suppose, we're coming to a conclusion. Switching back over.
I'm sorry, Tyler just sent me a message. I'm not gonna say that out loud because I don't know how
You have to
comfortable you
share it
are.
with the rest of the class now.
Yeah, now you got shit. Go ahead, Cole. Say it out loud. Say it out loud, verbatim.
He said, "Sounds like my sex life. 45 seconds of glory."
Him and I are children when we get together. I'm sorry.
Anyway, so as that comes to a close, it's a little afternoon in the day here. Is there anything else that you guys want to accomplish with the day? Any other conversations that people want to have, or things like that?
Naira's limping. Yeah, she's gonna go ahead and cure wounds on herself one more time.
Yeah, he wasn't gonna try to lay on hands you for 2 HP. Since
Damn,
last
look
time
at all
you
those
denied
spell
that.
slots you still got.
Yeah, I could have just said, "I'm going to fucking pump a 2nd level divine smite into this tree real quick."
Thinking like, oh, okay, I'm just gonna misty step up there and be like, hello.
I was
Stop.
thinking of it, but I was like, no.
Just grapple her and take her to the ground, 30 feet.
God, that would have destroyed her.
Yeah, Lorium landing on top. Boom.
Is
Yeah, just-
exactly why I didn't.
Just a hello.
But eventually, she's gonna be able to hold her own. Just it'll take some time.
Well, he was also using Little Horse just a little bit, but you totally gotten a sense for their capacity with each other now. He is
Very-
definitely an upgrade. As he just pats Sunshine.
To make herself feel better, she will be like, I will note that, I fought by myself.
So did I. She's basically a second sword.
And she will give Falcom some fuss. Anyway, somebody else.
He's just like, can we play now? Can we play? You were playing with him. Can we play now?
He bites you.
she goes unconscious.
But okay. So, Wander, Nyx, are you guys up to anything?
I think after he told Wander to ask his sister, he would have headed out of the basement.
Okay.
And Wander would have followed.
You would definitely arrive after the conclusion of this little interlude. But yeah, I'd say as they're all kind of chatting, talking about it, and Naira and Uther are tending to her wounds.
Naira's bruised. Lorium's literally bleeding.
Uther, what did you do with the shards that Naira handed you, by the way? I just want to keep track of everything.
As the fight ended, I would be holding them in my bag, and I'd kind of watch and cast healing word upon Naira, and then look down and be like, "Oh yeah, I got to deal with these." As I'd walk over to my horse poncho, I'd reach into the bag, and then underneath the blanket, and feel around, and just go, "Hey, Naira, did you move the box out of my bag?"
No.
Oh no.
Someone did. And-
ears flatten.
He just kind of frowns as he just looks as I point with my thumb towards Lorium and go, "I know Hero didn't do it, and I don't really think Wander. I'm not entirely sure he knows or would
Do what? I might have done it.
take the box out of my bag, the one with
I
all
don't
the
even know what
shards
you're
in
talking
it."
about.
He nods.
Lorium's just holding a cold rock to his head.
Question: with a 24
Mhm.
intelligence check, have I deduced where that box is?
You would definitely be like, there's no way for you to be certain, but you would be aware of what the last opportunity for the box to have been to have gone missing was. So yeah, like, it would have had to have gone missing at some point between you and Uther leaving Poncho and now, and for that intervening period, who had possession of Poncho.
Uther gets a message. You might want to track down Nyx.
He'd nod and begin heading off.
Lorium, seeing you cast a spell right in front of him, is like, what's the issue?
We're just... Oh, you don't know. We're trying to locate, you know, we've been trying to hide those, or get rid of those shards. Well, not all of them got collapsed in the mine. We've been finding them since then, and I've been collecting them and keeping them in a special box that keeps them safe, keeps them hidden. And I believe Nyx might have it at the moment. But can you tell me, where should I practice most to improve my skills? And she will just immediately turn the conversation into a retrospective of her combat.
And he would mention that you did hold back because he knows you can do more damaging spells. That probably would have had a bit more of an effect on him, especially since he's in full suit of armor. And he would also say that you could use your equipment, or could have, which you also chose not to, such as the caltrops.
Oh yeah, I keep forgetting about those. Okay.
Yeah, it's just all about using everything at your disposal. Such as Sunshine over here, and she'll give a very proud fucking snort. Kind of right in your face and ruffle your hair.
Yes, I probably should not have expected a fair fight, because enemies are not going to provide a fair fight. I will keep that in mind next time.
Oh, it was fair. You could have easily targeted her. She don't mind none.
Oh, I wouldn't. Like, that idea is clearly horrifying to her. She would never attack an animal. Like, unless it was, like, attacking her. And not a friend.
Well, like I said before, Sunshine's kind of special. If she gets dropped, she's been doing this for fucking more years than I have. She drops, all she does is goes back to, a fun place. Has a bit of fun until I call her.
Above the table, I cannot wait. I cannot wait until I am good enough to get counterspell. Because I'm going to take her out, and then I'm not going to let you bring her back.
Well, you wouldn't do it in the middle of a fight. It takes 10 minutes. Yeah, hold on. Let me just sit here while you pelt me with arrows.
I mean... But anyway, so yeah, we just chat about stuff, and Naira is clearly taking, like, mental notes about what she needs to do. She's taking it very seriously.
Yeah. What's going on with Nyx and Wander?
So yeah, Uther, where are you heading? Okay. So yeah, you head toward the stairs down and encounter Wander.
Hey, Wander, have you seen Nyx? Maybe with a box.
He just kind of points behind him and keeps walking.
Thanks, man.
No, Nyx is, actually, yeah, Nyx.
Nick's
So,
looked away.
Yeah.
Wander points in front of him. And then leaves you two to have that conversation, which I'm sure will be fun.
Uther would make his way downstairs.
Well, I think Nyx would be upstairs at this point, right?
Yeah, Nyx is upstairs, and Wander had, like, pointed toward the door that you entered in from.
Glorious, then I would go upstairs.
Well, I actually think Wander said he followed me up, so I feel like you would have met us both in the stairwell.
Oh, okay, I wasn't sure if you guys were staying together. But then in that case, yeah, let me move everybody to their, like, back in there. back to their places. Whoop, there we go.
Places, please.
And start scene.
Wanda points, keeps walking, leaving those two to have that fun conversation.
So, Nix, I'm looking for the monster box, the one that's lead lined and stuff.
Yeah, and he'll pull it out and say, "Here, sorry, I grabbed it earlier because I wanted to make sure we got all the stones. But it looks like I guess Naira already grabbed them all. Here," and he'll hand it to you.
See if my himbos can power areas. Can it?
Yeah, give me
activate?
a.
I'm gonna roll an insight.
And Nix, if you could roll for your part.
Not great at 'em.
These dice gods.
Yeah,
Go himbo powers.
sure. And then I would look at the box. Is it like warped or anything for being, in a forge?
No, the box was never in there. He'd removed a single shard. Okay. But yeah, the box looks much as you last saw it.
Take it and just study you for a second. Just, can you let me know when you're gonna grab something out of my saddlebags?
Oh yeah, sorry. I just figured since Naira had gotten that thing was communal. Sorry. He means the box was communal. Not your bag.
Right.
I will. I don't know if you guys want this information, but you would know she paid for that out of her private funds.
As he would then just turn. So are we staying the night or what? And then begin making way back. Or are we heading back to town?
I don't know. I figure Naira wants to study this place some more.
Might be here a few days then.
I mean, there's a whole room she hasn't even been in yet.
What one?
The one that, I guess at the end of that hall, the one she said she couldn't get into?
Yeah. I guess we'll figure that one out tomorrow then.
Okay, yeah, and the two of you are able to rejoin the larger group.
You grab his box and load it down into the saddlebags. And not that it does anything more, but he would like double strap him this time.
Okay.
Nix would notice Lorium bleeding and a tree is completely toppled over and this one's all hacked up.
Yeah, there are definitely signs of violence out here.
And I guess if...
Collecting his javelins.
Yeah, I think he just gives you like a... Okay, I missed something.
He just smiles. We just had a bit of fun.
Well, at least we're having fun. Should we,
Practice
what time is it?
longbow, yep, that's what we should do.
And
It's
Nick's...
still fairly early in the day. It's probably about like 12:30.
Yeah, and then Nix will go over to his horse and grab the longbow and start pulling the string again, like extending it.
Okay.
As Lauren passes by Valco, he'll just ruffle the scruff of his neck real quick.
Naira, you're casting your unseen servant ritual?
Yes, she has just started now to write down what they've found so far. Just start cataloging everything. She's doing her homework basically, and she
Okay.
uses the unseen servant to basically she writes a rough draft, gets it all gross and edited, and then she hands it to the unseen servant to write it out and make it look pretty.
Okay. Since you're spending some time in that particular area, go ahead and give me a history check, please. With a DC 18, you actually realize that the pile of weapons and what looks to be like just kind of scrap equipment that's piled around the smelter here, that was apparently being processed prior to your arrival. Amongst it, several of the weapons that you see have very clear Imperial era markings on them.
Where?
Basically, there's several like piles of weapons and tools and stuff scattered around the forge. And amongst them, you notice just as you're moving around, several of them catch your eye that very clearly have what you recognize as Imperial era markings, like on the pommel or maker's marks on the blade and things like that. All kind of faded a little by time, but still identifiable.
Anything in particular catch my eye?
With an 18, nothing that you can precisely identify. You just know that these are Imperial era markings, but nothing specifically really jumps out at you.
And I detected magic in her earlier, and I got some
Yes.
in the furnace, but nothing over here, right?
Yeah, no, none of the items that you had the markings seem to be magical.
Then she will make note of how many she found and what is on there, and just it gets copied into her notes. Have we actually looked in these rooms, by the way?
No. Judging by the contents and especially the smell, this was probably where they kept at least some of the dire wolves.
Oh.
Same again.
Just gonna shut those doors. And return to her homework.
Okay.
And I am perfectly happy if everybody else is to fast forward to long resting.
Yep, but Lauren would like to say one more thing while Nyx is trying to draw. Doing his little practice draws. He will just lean his neck really close, or basically his head, pretty much right next to where your hand is passing through as you draw back. And he will just say, I can tell your heart's not in it. In your string hand is a dagger. This right here, and he'll point to his own neck, is Murdoch's. Draw.
May I do a strength check with advantage?
You may.
Improvement!
Yeah, so as the afternoon wears on, you're making progress. It's still nowhere near as comfortable or as familiar as your short bow, but you are making some progress.
Seeing that, though, that the speed of it was a lot quicker, and he did get a little bit farther back. He'll just pat you on the shoulder and just a small chuckle. Good. Keep up that intensity. And that's it.
Awesome. The only thing before we start the rest that Nyx would do is he would walk over to where Naira is sitting and place down it would be 25 gold worth of that Imperial. Actually, I think he would just place down all the Imperial stuff that he had found. And just say, I found this when I was looking through bodies.
And that was 45 gold pieces worth, correct?
Yeah, I was going to split it, but then I remembered that I don't know if Imperial works everywhere, so we might want to keep that separate.
Is that the only so it was 45 Imperial GP? Does that include the?
There was 3 platinum, 10 gold pieces, and then like a bunch of other things totaling to 5.
Well, they have all been magically converted into GP, just so you know.
Oh,
Yeah,
cool.
That's
Okay.
Like, the big bag O coin is got all kinds of denominations in there. We won't bother to track.
Oh, okay, cool.
everything.
Then
Yeah,
he will put 25 gold down to go into the party funds, and he'll put 4 stacks of gold. 4 stacks of 4 gold pieces each for everybody else.
Okay, so how much did you give me? Sorry.
25 gold pieces for the party funds, and then you specifically got 4 gold pieces. Everybody gets 4 gold pieces, unless Wander doesn't want money again.
Well, he'll take it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And with that, we
And
will. Sorry, go on.
There's a couple of things I'd like to do.
For sure. Yeah,
they
you
can
guys have
happen
like
currently.
all afternoon, so any kind of interaction or anything that you want to accomplish during that period, you're absolutely are free to do so.
Awesome. Do I remember you saying that the ogre chief was wearing some kind of plate?
Yes, yeah, like it's not anything that could be described as a suit of plate mail. It's nothing close to that level of quality, but they are just like very. It basically looks like they've just melted down a shitload of random metal, hammered it out into these broad plates, and then just kind of strapped it onto him anywhere there was room.
Okay. Then, unless someone stops him, he'll go and gather up as much metal as he can. Swords, bits of armor, whatever he can find, and he'll spend time just to dump it on top of the chief. Just pretty much everything in the courtyard you can find.
The chief is going to be the ritual.
And he will start using Channel Divinity for his Artisan's Blessing to turn as much metal as he possibly can, or up to 100 gold pieces worth, into powdered silver.
Okay.
So whatever value you think that might be.
One moment, I'm just. Checking a couple of costs. Yeah, I'd say you can probably get the process of transforming the metal and kind of processing it through your divinity. You are able to make a one kind of cash, so like 25 gold pieces worth of silver powder from a good chunk of the accumulated metal. You don't use all of it up because there's quite a lot of weaponry and just metalwork in general available here, especially the plates worn by the ogre itself. But yeah, you are able to, over the course of an hour, manufacture 25 gold pieces worth of silver powder.
Awesome. And while he's doing that, she is on the map. Move here.
You cut off.
Just if Naira, I can see myself cease talking in Discord, and it makes me upset. Make baby angry. If Naira is where she is on the map,
I am.
then while he's doing that, Wander will say, Nick said to ask you to describe Murdoch.
Oh. Okay. Uh, what kind of information would you like to know?
What is he like?
Well, he rescued Nix and I from being homeless, and he opened his home to us, and he gave us so many opportunities. So I think that I would say he's generous and kind and he's very well read. He likes to talk about history and art. He's also very savvy politically. Obviously, a man of his station needs to be.
As you're saying all that, Wander's kind of nodding. Then he says, what does he look like?
Well, he's human. Um, he's quite tall. Much, much taller than me, I believe. He's also taller than Nyx by a couple of inches. He has mostly one sec. He has distinguished silvery hair and very piercing blue eyes. And those of us who have seen him smile, which is not many, would be able to tell you that it is a warm smile.
He'll say, after you, do you have any stories about him?
Well, I mean, yes, did we ever tell you about the time that he found us?
No. Think so.
Well, we were in Morosa at the time. That's where Nix and I grew up. And I had been playing this violin, actually this one, and she will refer to the one that she carries around. It was a gift from Nyx, because he saw how much I loved the music that the minstrels played. And I wasn't very good at it. I assume I was just making a bit of noise, but he noticed, and he came over. And you have to understand, when you are a Tabaxi child who's grown up on the streets, when people approach you with intent, you assume the worst of them. So I tried to run, but he was much quicker than I expected him to be, and he grabbed hold of me. And of course, I shouted that I hadn't stolen anything, but he laughed, and he said that I didn't need to fear him, and he said that he was quite impressed with my playing. He admired the gift that Nyx had given me, said it was very singular in design, and told me that he thought he saw something remarkable in me. And he thought that it didn't belong in the gutter. And of course, I told him to get lost. I didn't trust him at all, but he bought me some sweets at a local bakery and made sure that I was fed and everything. And he said that a talent like mine deserved to shine, and he wanted to make that happen, and he could open doors that I didn't even know existed. And after talking to him for a while, I understood what he was offering: a new life in a new class. But of course, I said no. I wouldn't go without my brother. I wouldn't leave Nyx. And at that point, he said that I wouldn't have to. I hadn't even realized Nyx was there at the time. But apparently, he had also noticed Nyx and said that Nyx was just as welcome in his home as I was. He wouldn't separate us. And that was it. If I wanted to go, he could make it happen. And so that's what happened next. He found us scraping to get by and barely surviving, and took us into his home. Provided us with every conceivable luxury, gave me an education, and Nyx as well. And I don't know if you want to, but there is an inside chick there.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
He never fails.
You definitely pick up on some things. Everything she said about Lord Murdoch was true. She genuinely believes it, and you, with the 22, you will notice that she speaks of him quite tenderly. Like, she has a specific voice that she uses just for him. The same kind of thing that you would think about, like, your kindly grandpa or something. Like, he is special to her, and she does see him as a hero figure in her life. And she was doing just fine until she got to the end, where she talked about the life that Nyx had been provided. And then you saw a lot of doubt come over her face. Like, she doesn't she doesn't know what to say about that.
He'll let that kind of hang in the air as he works for a second, and then he'll say, "How did he treat Nyx?"
That question sort of confuses her. She tilts her head at you. And she says he's a good man. I don't know that he and Nyx interacted too much. But I mean, he's never been anything but warm and kind. As far as I know, anyway. And Nyx has never told me any different. I understand that there is relationships are complex. I don't. Sorry, I'm sorry. Why do you ask?
He kind of stops his work for just a second to say, "Just curious." And just because he rolled a 1 with Nyx, I'm gonna treat that as a 1 with you. You can tell there's definitely ulterior motive there. What that may be, who knows?
Wander, you know how important honesty is, right?
Kind of stays quiet.
She will look at you expectantly, waiting for a response.
Have all day.
We're gonna be here for 12 hours. Come on. Then I'm gonna do this. Okay. Cool. It'll definitely hang for maybe a minute or so before he says something, and he'll say, "Yes. Sometimes it is."
No, I think it always is. Okay, I'm just gonna say this. I'm not stupid. I can see how people are responding to Lord Murdoch. I understand that a lot of people here are experiencing a lot of suspicion for him. And I'm just gonna be very blunt. I don't understand why. So, please tell me why you're asking. I need to know.
Okay.
Want me to roll a persuasion?
No, I don't. What I want is for me to finally roll low on a wisdom save when I'm not in combat.
That's
After you say that, there's a pause, but it's not nearly as long as the others. It's like he's trying to find a way to say what he wants to say carefully, and he says, "Good people are not always good." And I think he might not have been good to Nyx.
But why wouldn't he have told me? That's the part that doesn't make any sense.
It hurts sometimes to think about the past and yourself.
No, that can't be right. Murdoch is nothing but a kind and good man. I've never seen him be anything but those things.
Will you roll a perception check for me?
Nope. She's focused on her work.
Good. In between the clangs of hammers and sparks that fly as he works, you kind of hear just words that are drowned out before he moves on and says, "Yes, you said he is good. I believe you."
She smiles at that and she says, I'm so very glad to hear that. I have more stories if you're ever interested.
He kind of, as he's swinging his hammer, his shoulders just kind of shrug, and he says, "I have time."
And then I will definitely regale him with other stories. I'll DM you some details, but we don't have to elongate this.
Okay.
If nobody else has anything, I do have something I want to talk to Lorium about.
I guess, yeah, that's your all clear. Go for it. You guys certainly will have the opportunity as you continue to train.
As he's drawing the bow and, doing a little better because of what you suggested with Murdoch, without, looking at you, he'll just go, "Have I told you of the first time I met Murdoch?"
And as he's correcting your posture that's going a little bit out of stance, he'll just say, "No, I don't believe you have."
Well, before we met him, Naira and I were out on the streets. We had run away from this orphanage, and I was kind of having to do what I had to do to keep us fed and in one place. And well, you've met her. She's a bit of a curious soul, so sometimes it was just hard to get her to stay in one spot. But
being big brother.
yeah. Well, one night I had slipped into this like manor, and in like one of the back rooms where I guess they were storing stuff, I happened to see this, I don't know, this instrument. It was just so pretty. And Dreamer, Naira always enjoyed watching the performers, the ones that would play on the street. She enjoyed watching them, so I thought, nobody's using this. So I swapped it, and I brought it to her. She was so happy. And it gave her a bit of a distraction, something she could do while I was out swiping. But a little while later, I'd been out getting some things, and I came back and I just saw her frightened and being held by this man, and I could hear them asking her about the instrument, and so I tried to run over to her, and I think he's stopped what he's doing, and he'll touch his right shoulder, and he'll say, what I didn't see was the valet waiting just at the edge of the street. And he dislocated my arm. And all I could do was watch as this man that I didn't know started questioning my sister. And I could hear him asking her where she got it. And knowing the truth that I stole it, she just said that I'd gotten it for her. And then I saw them look over towards me. This big grin on her face as he led her over to this sweet shop. And he bought her a sweet, and I thought, I don't know, I guess I felt relief a little bit, because I thought he was going to do something, but that's when the valet started talking to me. It had been Lord Murdoch's estate that I had stole from, and, a wrong had been committed, and I needed to right the wrong. But Lord Murdoch is a generous man, so they had a solution. I would help him, and using my particular set of skills that I showed getting into the place, I could keep myself useful, and he would provide for Naira. And if I refused, he'd have her arrested for stealing and locked away. So I agreed. And every time that I want to tell her, every time that I just want to break down and divulge everything, I just see her face. That first time we walked into his manor, she's so happy. I just kept telling myself that I could do this as long as she was happy.
He just sort of silently listens. And then, how old were you?
Christine, do you remember how old we were?
Making you think about the details.
You were 12.
I was 12. Thank you.
Hmm. So he would just take the longbow from you and take an arrow out of your quiver. And I'm just going to arbitrarily do it like that. 14. It lands. Not center, but it lands in there. So he's even worse than I thought.
No. I actually don't know. Now that I think about it, and after what Naira said to me about him noticing some weird stuff going on with his valets. What if she's right and he doesn't know? And it's just been my fucking tormentor who's just been pulling strings.
You. As he'll place the bow back in your hand. You have to talk to her.
I can't. Lorian, I was sent here to do a job. And if I don't do that job, or it's not successful, or what they deem to be an okay outcome, they'll take Sorvini away from her. She has to finish.
She doesn't have to finish anything. We've already had this discussion. What she needs is you. And to survive. And that's it.
I think Nyx puts down the quiver and he just says, "No, Dreamer needed me. Naira doesn't."
Why do you keep doing that?
And, oh, shit. What?
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. What's the difference between those names?
Apparently to her, there's a big one.
Which one did he give her?
He didn't. Hold on.
If you start talking to me about your backstory, I'll dig. I don't care.
No. He named her Naira, just like he named me Nyx.
And where'd Dreamer come from?
That was the nickname I gave her until she found her name.
Well, then she's Dreamer.
She doesn't want to be Dreamer anymore. She made that clear. She wants that life. So she can have it. And I'll just slip back into the shadows.
Even if that life makes her a slave or a puppet?
He struggles with that question, but you get the overall sense that he's just defeated. He doesn't have the will to fight that particular fight right now.
Your back is hunched, straighten it. And it'll slap you with the butt end of the glaive. You don't have to do anything right now, but you have to do some. You're all she got. Whether you think that way or not.
Nyx will just pick up or take the longbow from you and grab an arrow and attempt to fire it.
You technically, if you're actually firing it,
just roll with disadvantage.
But you get your dex mod?
You do. No proficiency bonus, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I get my dex mod to the attack.
Yeah, so roll 1d20 plus your dex.
Awesome.
Actually, is it with disadvantage, or does he just not have his proficiency?
Let
Let me just double check. Okay, so yeah, you take a -4 and you don't get to add your proficiency. So yeah.
Oh, a -4?
Yeah. But you do still add your dex, so it would be basically 1d20 plus 1. 13. Not bad. You're
slowly improving. Inch by inch.
As long as you're going uphill, not down. He'll just say, better.
And I don't think if you want to say things to him, I think he will listen, but he just continues pulling and like practicing that motion over and over again.
He won't say anything, he'll just watch, but after a couple of pulls, you just get a pat on the shoulder and the hand just sort of stays there.
And so,
scene.
in your various company, you are all able to while away the afternoon. Eventually, at some point during the afternoon, you will have to make the effort to move most of the dead bodies out of the close proximity that they had been in, just to make it your stay tolerable throughout the rest of the afternoon and evening. But you're able to do this without too much difficulty as a group, and move forward toward your long rest. And as you guys all begin to think about what your sleeping arrangements are going to be and how you're going to bed down for the night, I think that is an ideal time for us to leave it here for this session for today.
Yay!
And also, I would like to say that for everybody, please give some thought as to your next level up, because we will be applying that when we take our long rest next session.
Yeah!
Well, yeah.
And I will hopefully have D&D Beyond fixed, the importer fixed, by next week, or hopefully the plugin will have been updated and it will fix itself. So go ahead and level up in D&D Beyond, and I'll just do the import when the time comes.
Okay.
Here, so I'm just gonna-
Before, yeah, right. I was like, I'm gonna roll my health real fast.
No! Well, one of those is an 8. Never mind. I thought it was gonna be like a 5-5.
Oh right. I don't. Did I get inspiration from any of that RP?
Oh no, yeah, like just as per usual, guys. Fantastic work on that. You all have inspiration. Yeah, if you choose to use it for your health rolls, you are welcome to do so.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
Hmm.
I just need like more than
God.
2. More than 2.
Oh my goodness.
Jesus Christ!
Wait, what happened? Oh. Well, you got more than 2.
Do it again.
I don't
Again,
think
I
it'll
wanna see if this
change.
works.
Roll the 2d8 again.
Yeah, roll another 2d8. I want to see what happens.
It'll be an 8 and a 1. Oh wow!
Wow! I don't get health, you guys. Okay, I'm gonna take the 3 and call it a win.
Come on, you gotta let him have a combined 4. Come on now.
One of these days, you're gonna roll an 8.
True.
And it won't have been worth it, but it'll feel good.
It will have been worth it because all you have to do is roll a couple of 8s and it evens out.
That's true.
I think
Yeah,
I'm at 34.
Oh
I'm at-
yeah.
I'm at 70.
I'm at 42.
Really?
Yep.
What the fuck?
Naru's
Brutal.
just naturally good at everything, I guess.
Like, I think Nuri might have had more hit points than I do.
I think he did.
I think he might have done, yeah.
So sad.
No. I don't
No.
know. Maybe not. But like, woof.
I've had this health roll a luck before, and yeah.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe that you rolled 4d8. I got 3 2s and a 3.
I'm actually wrong, too. I'm at 43 because I have a 12 constitution.
God, having that big con mod adds up.
It really
Oh,
does,
Yeah.
right? Doesn't Nyx not have a con mod?
I have a +1. That's what got me to 34.
Oh.
I was at 30, and then I got 3, and then +1 from my con mod. But expertise, baby.
Okay.